Salon for All and Voice for All Network Television, where every voice matters. I am your host, Khadija Tijan Nabi. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Salon for All and Voice for All Network Television. I am your host, Khadija Tijan Nabi. A friendly reminder on behalf of Salon for All and Voice for All Network Television to remind us about our recent outbreak of Ebola in the Republic of Guinea. Salon for All and Voice for All encourage everyone to take all necessary precaution in efforts to save lives. We're also encouraging everyone to adhere to all necessary health tips coming from the Center for Disease Control, WHO, just to name few. We will do our very best to update the general public, the news unfold. Once again, we want to thank you for your time and encourage you to adhere to all health tips surrounding the Ebola outbreak in the Republic of Guinea.
To have infected a small boy in the West African nation of Guinea with the Ebola virus, leading to a regional epidemic that eventually killed more than 11,000 people. An Ebola outbreak has once again been declared in Guinea. I've been getting more details from Georges Kizerbo, the head of the World Health Organization in the country.
An outbreak was declared by the Guinean government in the prefecture of Nzerekore. 7 cases have been reported so far, of which, unfortunately, 3 of the cases died, and 3 of the 7 cases were also tested in the lab, and the results of the lab testing came positive for Ebola. So based on that, the government has declared a new Ebola outbreak, and the WHO and other partners have also activated the support.
Do you have any sense yet of the origin of this latest outbreak?
No, a team is investigating around the first cases. The region was also at the start of the 2014 to 2016 outbreak, but it is too soon to elaborate on the exact sources. So the investigation is ongoing, and more data and more intelligence will be gathered.
How concerning is this news?
This news has been perceived as very concerning from both the national authorities but also the partners. But at the same time, we must say that we have learned lessons from the previous Ebola outbreak. And in addition to the 2014 to 2016 outbreak in West Africa, the outbreaks in DRC have also helped in bringing innovations, including in terms of diagnostics with rapid diagnostic tests, and also the vaccines, and also even new treatments that could be used this time with the experience from the previous outbreak to try and contain as quickly as possible.
This taking place during a pandemic, the coronavirus pandemic, what impact does that have on the likelihood of keeping this under control, and also on the public health messaging that you need to do now that Ebola is out there as well?
I think this is a very important issue, but we are responding to, actually sending in our teams specialists in communication, risk communication, community engagement, sensitization. We'll be also working with national and local influencers and leaders at community level so that the messages both for Ebola and for COVID-19 are clearly passed to the communities.
That was Georges Kizerbo from the WHO in Guinea.
Yes, so thanks. Before I go into that, let me just give you the latest update. We've had a 4th death. That means 4 people have now died and 115 people are being investigated according to health authorities. Now, as to what is being done by these people, by the health authorities, Dr. Sakoba Keita, the head of the National Health Agency, has been speaking to the press, and this is what he had to say.
We call on the people, especially those who participated in that funeral ceremony, not to panic. They should simply walk to the nearest health centre to get themselves registered, so that when our teams arrive in their area, they can simply be vaccinated against the disease. I call on all the people in Gweke and Zerekore who were in contact with the nurse that died and who took part in the burial, just to report to our medical staff in their respective areas.
And Al-Hassan, I mean, what efforts are underway at the moment to try to contain this epidemic?
Well, as we speak, I mean, a delegation comprising local doctors, people from the WHO, the CDC, and all these other humanitarian organizations, they've all gone to the affected area there in Gweke and in Zerekure. And I think, according to Dr. Sakoba Keita, their first mission will be to identify what kind of variant this is. And once they know what it is, I think we're also told that vaccines are on their way, so that they would know which kind of vaccine to give to the infected persons. Other than that, we've been told to be very careful, because this is a person-to-person transmission, and so that everybody should be very aware. We should go back to basics, if you will, because in 2013 through 2016 we had this Ebola virus again, and that people should just remember what they did during those times, and they should continue to do that in order to forestall the spread.
And how likely is that to be the case? Because, I mean, you just talk about people being told to be very careful, but as you yourself have reported during this global pandemic with coronavirus, face masks and social distancing are all but obvious.
Yeah, I mean, I insist that Guinea is just lucky because we've not been, this Ebola thing has just now been compounded by the coronavirus as well. But we've not been fully respecting some of the things that the WHO or the Ministry of Health here has been asking us to do, especially in the area of face masks. People have actually forgotten about face masks in this country. And this is also a country where they have one form of celebration or another every day. People crowd together. There's no social distancing. So basically, I mean, it remains to be seen what happens here. But what I can say on the part of the authorities, they are really, really keen on ensuring that this new Ebola virus does not spread beyond where it is right now.
Okay, Al-Hassan Silla, we'll leave it there live in Conakry in Guinea. Thank you very much. Now,
With the world focused on COVID-19, health workers are scrambling to contain a new Ebola outbreak in Guinea. The West African nation has confirmed at least 7 cases of the virus and 3 deaths. Guinea was hit hard by the world's largest Ebola outbreak ever. It ended almost 5 years ago. And for the latest, CNN's David McKenzie joins us live from Johannesburg. So, David, what is the latest on this Ebola outbreak, and how equipped are health workers there to deal with this in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, Rosemary, I don't think necessarily the COVID pandemic will have much of an impact on this Ebola fight, but they have had more experience because of that terrible outbreak in 2014 through 2016, where more than 11,000 people were killed. Now, why this is particularly troubling, Rosemary, is that the outbreak is confirmed to an area in southeastern Guinea on the border of Liberia and Ivory Coast. And it was a similar scenario that played out in 2014, where people move back and forth through those borders very regularly. So it's very important to get in there quickly to contact, trace anyone who was in touch with the nurse who died of Ebola and who several people during her funeral contracted and later died. It's likely that she wasn't the index case of this, the first case of this particular outbreak. So they'll have to try and trace very quickly those contacts. The good news is they are more experienced to deal with Ebola, as I mentioned, but also because there's an experimental vaccine that is being rapidly deployed to this region to ring vaccinate all of those people who are confirmed contacts of these confirmed cases. that should hopefully have an impact in stamping it out before it expands beyond the people in that region of Guinea. But the WHO is extremely concerned about this outbreak because of what I mentioned, a separate resurgence of Ebola in a different outbreak at some 6,000 kilometers away in the eastern DRC is an example of how they quickly get vaccines in and try and stamp out this outbreak before it expands further. Rosemary?
Very important indeed. David McKenzie bringing us the latest there from Johannesburg. And just ahead here on
Plaza Zero, MS, SLPP Power Vuvuzelas. This is Mansour here. I think una all we don't come out. We dey see how una they come out now. And we dey see the kind we they don't spoon feed una, they don't school una, they don't give una all of this kind character assassination, the smear campaign, you understand? The deceptive behavior, you understand? The fakeries, the lies, you know, and all of this kind bad example we una the try for set. We una government are the ones that came out and tell the people of Sierra Leone religiously that they're coming to fight corruption and they will fight the causes of corruption. When this same Chernobyl and the Africanist press, the Auditor General, Audit Saloon, these were the people where they give una the information where una use for go after the APC government. Una not get the information and they from an envelope when they deliver from the sky, you know. Una not get the information and they from envelope when they deliver from any other source. All of the corruptive practices of APC that una now set up the commission of inquiry with will lead us to where we are today. You understand? The bogus the GTT report, and then we come out to the white paper. You understand? All of this information were gathered through leaks from Channel, Africanist Press, the Auditor General report, and Audit Saloon. So now when the tables are turned, when you look at what's going on in Sierra Leone, in 3.5 wasted years, this government has nothing to show for. Now we know, say, the endemic state looting, racketeering, misappropriation of government funds in the face of destitution, poverty, starvation, blackout. Una all they don't go pay una they come out una feel say una get what it take for come smear African press and Cherno. That ain't gonna happen. Una can come in una thousands. The lawyer Kaloko, yourself, the invincible, una not even get what it take. You know, una not get the moral standing for make una able feel say una voice go able for dilute this juggernaut with the Africanist press and Cherno don't unleash on una. If una know the magnitude of waiting una they can't stand towards so right now, una better just run and hide. Because the man already didn't tell una say it get 30 years. And all the proof them won't have been the asked for. Una remember, you guys were the same people that was asking, where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? Show us the evidence. Repeatedly, you were calling for the evidence. And now the evidence has been laid bare for make una see. Una they try for divert the evidence they want to be called for. Now, una they go on the rampage on character assassination. It's not going to work. Everything we check Bar and the African press to say is the truth, is accurate, and the people and the world at large believe say the corruption will happen in this government and the past 3 years or almost 3 years is worse. The word worse than exactly what happened under APC the 11 years. Because APC can point out to good infrastructural development. APC can point out on things that we didn't do. Yeah, the APC, the first time, which is the first 5 years, was absolutely brilliant because now them be able to do most of the things that we they achieve when they make noise about. Yes, that's correct. Everybody can testify to that. On our own first year, 2 years, coming to 3 years is the worst in our nation history. And then una get the temerity, una all they come out, una feel say, una get what it take for dilute this. Una not able for dilute, huh? No, the evidence is too overwhelming. Too overwhelming. I think say, una need for go hire more mercenary them. You understand? We get the clout for can do this. But una with the council, una weak. You know, all una muscles them, una fibers them, una weak, even within una soul and within una consciences then. Una no say una the try for fight a battle, way too big pass una. Way too big pass una. Una not get able this battle. Because when you see the government, they're afraid for even say anything. Because they know say this not the truth. You understand? They know say not the truth. Because if them no say a lie, let them challenge. Let them challenge Chernobyl and challenge the Africanist press and do the needful things. Say, we go sooner. Yeah? Take a private litigation against them for defamation of character. Then when you do that now, then you know say, now the game don't big. Because all the evidence will be laid bare for the whole world to see, even though the world don't see most of it already. So this, a tip of the iceberg. Una not seen that yet. So una low to go no more. Una low to go. But we tell una say, una not get no moral standing anymore in the fight up against corruption. Una not get them. Una don't lost them completely. Completely una don't lost them. So for make una the come lazily, una the traffic can talk about the guy, una the smear campaign. What's that all about? This is the most ridiculous thing I don't ever understand. If not to pay them, go pay una. Una they talk about being patriotic in Sierra Leone. Una they talk about loving Sierra Leone. Una they talk about doing the right thing for Sierra Leone. Some of una guy, una really they hear you self. Una really they understand una self. Una really know what una they come out on social media. They talk. They try to defend the indefensible of this madness. I think some of una need for anger una head in shame. But again, any Southside Brown envelope don't go, or outside they don't promise somebody a squeeze, then this is what you expect. Because this is not about party anymore. We're not talking about being partisan here. We're talking about being patriotic. Because now let for use this word, being patriotic. Now, una now they be the anti-Sierra Leone. Una now the anti-Sierra Leone. Because when you look at the level of corruption, and when you look at the mouth-watering amount of money where them people have done loot, they don't embezzle, and then when you look at the destitution, the poverty, yes, it be done daddy, but at the scale at which now the country they on a nosedive, and some of them they come out, they can't insult people intelligence on waiting people they know to be the fact, to be the truth, and waiting it correct. You know, it is a disgrace. It is beyond disgrace for me to do that. If there was no fact, then una might want to say people and they assume, or people and just they insinuate. But there's no presumption here or assumption here. The facts are there. Una been they asked for the fact. The fact has been presented to you guys in the bank statement, in the bank records, in everything where una asked for. You understand? All of the transaction codes them. Then give una. Everything, date of transaction, the amount that was withdrawn, the person will go withdraw the amount. What else do you guys want? So that's not good for una anymore. But when it was APC, una been there all over the place. Una they talk all kind of claptrap nonsense. And now we're now in our own government. We don't do the worst than this country that ever witnessed in 3 years. Una one can defend her. You know what, SM? You know, it is unfortunate. You know, I think say you forum you can get away with this nonsense. Go back to your forum and go talk that today. But Plaza Zero here, you not get what it take. And any one of you know where they come, will not get what it take for dilute this, will not get what it take for divert this, will not get what it take for blackmail Cherno, will not get what it take for castigate Cherno, will not get what it take for malign Cherno. So, una can do una level best, but the most una do, una they expose una self to the people of Sierra Leone. For so say, una that they paid up mercenaries when they send for come try for see how una they try for dilute this, and upon una effort una they do, una know the only diluter because it's not possible. Una they expose una self, and now una the still we say now una na the real enemy of Sierra Leone. Now una na the real enemy of the suffering people of Sierra Leone. So the new direction when they promise we has now become a bad.
My action, and this is my second audio for today. As we give on a live coverage from Bo, who said the IG they carry on with him married. Papa IG, who say you be there we not be done married it, or less than give you promotion before you they married. But it look like say not to you start time, the president himself 7 start time, or less than give him power before he they married. My brothers and sisters, I don't think them here don't put we back on. I don't think them here they reverse we every day and night, because then people them here, they all be there for this boyfriend, girlfriend business. They all be there for this kitchen nakam. They all be there for this tap to me business. No be there among them we married, or less than give them promotion before they married, or less they give them power before they married. If you not be give them power, it look less saying enough for married. If you not be give them promotion, it look less saying enough for married. They like today, people in the suffer in the country, then people in here then focus on married. As IG is itself don't join the line for married. Plenty of them they begin again, then they come with their own married issue. When I go prove it right or wrong for say then people in here, they not be married, they all be the parties boyfriend, girlfriend business. My brothers and sisters, the IG married, it just stand like saying a SLpp married. Because also you see them block the SLpp office. They block them up, they block them down. Nobody know they enter, nobody know they come out. But talk of Sierra Leone basket, we they cover all over. As I tell you, I say we they give a live coverage from Bo, and we they among them we they see how the marriage they carry on. No wonder we police them that they misbehave in this country, yeah. Because then these big man them here they all get SLpp party membership card. And make they let today they see police them they come out, they talk about politics, they see every day and night police them they misbehave in the country because they know say then big man them then strong SLpp members then they get the SLpp membership card. As the IG married, they carry on. My brothers and sisters, Napo. If you look at the way the married they go, if it look like say na SLpp married, the married really, it look like say the married na the party office self na they don't hold water pass outside the IG in house or the woman in house. This na action inside the Toko Swelling baskets. My brothers and sisters, when allow we focus, them people them here know they do no better thing for we. Them plan always and carry it now for destroy this country. As we all they see, so married, now Indian people them here focus on we they suffer in the country. Picking them they suffer, picking them they die in the hospitals them. Belema they die in the hospitals them. Some of the hospitals them here not get blood bank, and people them here they spend in terms of medical business in this country for make we get a good medical facility. Who said the past government left with it today na we day. Sierra Leoneans, we allow we focus, we allow we wise. As IG they carry on with him married. IG, we wish you all the best. Carry on with him married, yeah? This SLpp married, yeah? Wanna carry on. My brothers and sisters, wanna allow we focus. And I can always tell una this. Wanna be careful with them police them here, because like them police them here they let today. Na them party na in the power. Because we say the big man them by the police, they all get SLpp party membership card. So the police them na them party in the power. Wanna be careful them, wanna the civilians them, yeah? This na action, and this na my second audio for today.
The people are waking talk about that bobo wedding sack na UTB bank. I call them yeah na UTB. Union Trust Bank, yeah, UTB Bank. What did he say? He argue with Fatima Bio. That thing they can pose on me. The easy to make it hurt me. Let them put this talk straight. The Bobo don't talk him. He say not to even a page. Not to even a page. And when you watch, when I make I send the post back. Now it say not to even a page they will to beat up. It not go na a page. The lady where the Bobo respond to, the lady in name they under the Bobo in name. Now that lady they the Bobo respond to. But we don't get a first lady where I don't know who's kind of muku where they inside this lady in blood. Wait from which kind of power? This Facebook, now they say they don't want me for Facebook, they don't want me for social media. Boy, they just take somebody where in people they don't train them for Congosa and lie and thief like I they thief so. Like I they misbehave so. Because the bobo say not to even in page, the bobo come out back, he explain them. And when they send the other post, not to even in the ladies, not to even in the bobo respond to. It's like na in one lady. Now the lady in page, now they even they talk. I don't know how in the old side. This lady, the old side, this lady, they behave like first lady. So when I left for the talk, say this bobo argue with this woman. He don't argue with them because he don't even go na the first lady in page. Now other person in page and the person where this bobo respond to, he name the under name. The lady where he respond to, he name the under in the bobo name. Then go sack, but this he don't know say then go sack that bobo for that. He don't know say na all them swear they fit it so. Because when you they treat an innocent man the wrong way, God they fit for him. And you hear that bobo, he believe God. He believe God. He left you to God. He left you now all we contribute for let Isaac one come. He left you now to God. And I didn't kind disgrace and do this. So for more kind of power and I swear no more they don't swear on. And now this way they act. This way they act too. Any small swear they swear on. Now it get you now. Una be careful. If you una not be careful, I swear to God, that him una him for turn this election. That him una him for Kawit Fets for 2023. Hey Godfather. Anyway, they say talk to him left line, belly low no talk low with 2023. Una yo him what you how una him for turn this election. You get for Peter Pound.
See that water is brought to them. Businesses have access to it. Same thing with electricity. School children who don't have lights can't read at night. They can't study. So, and of course, all the economic aspects of that. So when we see what are those couple of catalytic issues that will then spark a whole change in the whole of the country. I should also add that MCC is not a guarantee. That there have been countries, I believe Ghana, just down the road, $100 million was taken out of their compact because they were no longer following what they had agreed to in terms of democratization and economic openness and corruption. So, MCC isn't a one-time, here's your check. It is a constant commitment that the government has to keep doing and to keep investing in their people. So I think that's something that we can definitely, we will, my successor, I'm sure will keep.
This now the worry now where this government gets, where like the Francis Ben Kaifala, they kind of like come like I say ready for fight corruption. Because they know too well, say when this thing, when this whole MCC thing will go on, they tell people and say, these all reports them when they give the MCC, they all are falsified information then. The family, I come and tell people and say, let me compare and contrast between the MCC report and the Mo Ibrahim report. I tell people that Mo Ibrahim in the fight against corruption, they give it about 41%. How come the MCC give it about 81%? Then double the report where Mo Ibrahim gave. The family, that alone, for don't kind of like raise with eyebrow, we for don't kind of like be suspicious about this particular thing. But Salon people will fall for it. This is the thing will continuously be signed with death warrant in that country. So, my family, una listen, una hear what Maria Briwa say, the ambassador. He said we can actually lose the MCC grant. It's not a guarantee. It's because, my family, when I remember, whenever they talk about this MCC money, I tell you about Ghana, when they withdraw the grant from them. You see, Maria Briwa don't repeat her back. If you not one day we don't want to believe what's like in the station of rubbish they talk, at least like, well, when I tell the American ambassador back saying rubbish they talk, this is nothing where I don't tell you about. The family, this is nothing where waiting the first lady do so, they can cancel with MCC grant for her. But forget about the grants, the family. The image where it portrays to the rest of the world, to investors, then let me forget about, like the reason why the people in sit down with $2 trillion, $7 trillion, the world sits for them right now, in the local side of where invest, but yet still they cannot be attracted to Africa. The reason why, because Africa, they see and say, politically we're not stable. They see and say, people are like the first lady, when they go put money there, then they tip her. They say and say the banking system, the UTB bank, the Babylon, and they say and say all the banks there, they all dance with political parties there. Now this is not the reason we make people need to invest in our country. The Babylon, so what thing the first lady for do? If you, they say, like they lie by you, what thing you should only do? The African Express now registered newspaper now America, who say justice, they prevail. Una get embassy. The ambassador will not pay for nothing. And not go sit down now America for nothing. And put up. This is not the time where una for clean una image. Clean una image because the image where una they carry, the country back they carry that image there. So if una no say, una na lie the lie powder, why, Madam First Lady, you need to wait until they publish something for Siakoroma before you talk? Excuse me, Madam First Lady, Siakoroma, in your image, you see how they deal with her right now. But your image, because the world been say the last government be corrupt. So now, una the try for build, una send a new direction. So because that new direction, this new direction again, they're not for portray them the same way. So waiting you for do the right move. And so, if you don't say, you're a woman. If you not say, you get liver. If you not say, you're not posting when I lie the light pan, go sue Genova or the African Express. Where do you need for sit down the wait for Siakoroma until they talk about Siakoroma before you talk? That is nonsense. That is somebody who is guilty already of the offenses or the offense them when they don't let be against you. Say, woman, wickedness, witchcraft. You get witch. No, nothing. You man, no one able to stand up against you because what happened? They say you know that this Emerson, the way he sing that Allah's coconut, he said the pan order don't lock an portmanteau. You don't lock the pan portmanteau. No, what you wanna do for make una kind of power. So the pan they pray for talk. You can do all kind of nonsense. Even with your witchcraft spirits, them no, the pan they pray for talk. What in my everyone they talk. With everything when we can in that country there. The gold, the diamond, the roadside, the human resources. Use them. They wait desperately. They wait for work. Before that, all like they tell we, beginning the queue up for go take water. Electricity not there for make them study. You know what thing because that? Now Una 50 life when they create this image about we country. Now you don't get mind. Before you tell me right now, say you dey sit down and wait, you dey write your lawyer, I think Creole can say. Then Creole, when you see a person cost them, pass you here and say, don't worry, me lawyer go write you. Before you tell me that you tell Chain or that talk, they say, me lawyer go write you. All you could say, oh yeah, at the wait next Siakoroma, you publish something about Siakoroma. Which woman? Tippy. Sit girl. Family, I'm gonna get a very good day and God bless we all. Have a very good evening and God bless me and hopefully I will talk.
Fambul, good morning. Fambul, good afternoon. Fambul, good evening. The National Campaign Unit for Progress, where people they call NCOP for short, when an affiliate body to ASMEB. Now they make sure say this very important program they reach on our Fambulem. Me where they present this program to our Fambulem, mean the people's power. Fambulem, today don't be the 13th of February 2021. Fambulem, we can look at the activity of the government, especially the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, and also we can look at the Auditors Generals waiting the happen in office and waiting they do right there. Fambulem, the NCOP family and the People's Power, they give now this updates, they give now this very important news. And this news is very, very important. This Nafoka expose the SLPP junta government through the Ministry of Finance, and then also for expose the things them, the bad things them, where the SLPP junta government want carry na the Auditor General's office. Famulem, as for yesterday, the Ministry of Finance and other ministries them and the Ministry of Economic Development and also a lot of ministries and departments and agencies that be there yesterday. Now the finance minister in office, now the conference room, they all a meeting there where this meeting na a closed door meeting where they know all the people they know, but the NCOP family and the people's power, we all know say we they go out, we they do everything for let citizens them, Sierra Leoneans them get credible and factual information waiting they happen within the government and waiting they happen at the country. Waiting citizens they need for know the people's power and the NCOP family they make sure say citizens they know and Sierra Leoneans they know. We all know say since when the SLPP junta government came in governance 2018 April 4, then come and campaign about corruption, this and all that. A lot of corruption allegations then weigh the level on the former president and the former government officials them. Now based on waiting the Auditor General's report be the give. Now based on waiting the Africanist press be the give. Now based on perception, now based on a lot of things them where citizens them, Sierra Leoneans them be they talk about the social media, the mainstream media, all over the place. Now waiting people them be they talk. Now based on them thing the day, the SLPP junta government look at them thing the day. Now some of them things then they come and indict the former government officials them. They talk about the Auditor General's report. And mainly now the Auditor General's report they look into them. Now we don't get an SEC where in there for defend government where we all know that one this information why they can't get to family. So this is a very important information and this information we wanna get them as citizens as Sierra Leoneans them. We wanna make sure so we wanna keep them and we wanna keep records of this information why they can't give us. So where this is a very important information why they give us today, Saturday morning today, to Sierra Leoneans, the citizens, the people who are listening, to the people's power and the NCOP family all over the world. Yesterday, a meeting where the Minister of Finance, I be telling you earlier, say, the SLPP junta government, they ask the question, say, would I go monitor the Auditor General's report? Would I go audit the Auditor General's office? Would I go look the activities of the Auditor General's office? Waiting then they go through the money where government, they give to them for do their work. The money where the international partner, the international donors them. So you have organizations them all over the world. The money where then they give the Auditor General's office. Would they make sure say you audit them? The SLPP junta government, we all know say the president where then when a president Bio, and we don't they make attempt for legalized corruptions. Where we see the first lady now where it don't involved in massive corruption. They take money where supposed for take, they put on per projects their way, now government projects their way, now government officials, their ministers them for take them projects and they pay money in your account. Your personal account where them money then they for go, na agenda, them money then go for go, na different ministries them. But through the Minister of Finance, then they connive and they conspire with the First Lady for let them pay money na the First Lady account. We all know them things then they when the Auditor General's report come out, when the 2019 report come out, when the 2020 report come out, we all see 2018, 2019 reports when they come out. We all see what happen. We all know say, now then reports the day the First Lady involved in massive corruption. When the Africanist press pull their own reports them back, we all see who say other civil society they pull them, press release them, they pull them, they find this them, how corruption they fall in this country. We all see what's in there and then release the day. Where they tell we then release the day, they teach we say yes, the office of the president they corrupt massive corruption day, now the office of the president. Yesterday the meeting where they go, finally, the Minister of Finance, the Ministry of Finance don't bring an audit firm. This audit firm here where they don't bring so famulem. This now for can't waste taxpayers' money. They don't bring an audit firm and this is an international audit firm. Where now the Ministry of Finance now they wakade, now they do all our day for no more. Let them dump the office of the the Auditor General's office not survive. Because the things that were the Auditor General's office they pull out. The things that were other people and they pull out. They don't want let them disgrace them, this SLPP junta government, don't want let them pull their waste and do. The massive corruption they do, President Bio and the cabinet minister, then talks them, Kamajode, the bad things that they do in this country. So they don't go bring an audit firm. This audit firm, they don't bring come, they go get them this yesterday. Now the office of the Ministry of Finance, Now they didn't get this meeting here, so they don't bring the audit firm. The minister don't present the audit firm to people them. Where if you present the audit firm there, and this audit firm will then bring this audit firm mainly for can audit the Auditor General's office. And the years them where they don't put that document there, where me the see now so now for let them can audit the Auditor General from 2018, the auditor 2019 and 2020. The money where President Bio in government don't give to this officer, they don't bring an international audit firm where they can audit this officer from 2018, 2019, and 2020. How they do their money the way they give them. Fabulem, the SLPP Johnson government bring this one for let them discredit, for let people they look at and say, waiting the Auditor Generals they give, the reports the way can give, now they lie for them, anything where they accuse the SLPP government for corruption, they turn around, and we all see what's happen with Ben Kelfala, we don't disgrace Ben Kelfala don't show himself now the world say, yes, indeed, he's not competent for the job, he get there for serve the SLPP people. Now I make today, we see the Ministry of Finance, they don't go take an international audit firm, and this audit firm don't there now, as I talk to now, by next week, then go begin to ask the Auditor General's office for begin to bring paper, them bring documents them, the money them, how they use the money, how they spend the money them, then they do all that away, it no ever happen. Ever in in the history of this country where they get audits, Auditor Generals, then that office they day for make sure say for audit the country money, people whether they disburse their money at all, where na ministry departments and agencies them, when they give them money they also for let the account of their money, let them show the public, let them show citizens them, let them show Sierra Leoneans how they use their money they also. Now that's the office they day for. Well then they go bring another audit firm for can audit the Auditor General. For no more, let them fair way. I don't tell you now say, the SLPP Johnson government, we don't get a meeting. Now the chief minister in office now state house. Let them see how best then go set the Auditor Generals aside. For let them bring come another person where go can work with them. Where go deal with them like where Ben Kelfala deal with them. So now that strategy they down, now that whole day, now that direction day. Now they so the NCOP family and the people's power. Don't pick that one day up. Already happy that meeting yesterday. So now in the people's power they expose so. Now the people's power, they pull so now na do. Let people know. JJ Safari, if they listen to the people's power, any government official, where they listen, they will know exactly what they talk now. So, we know exactly what you happened yesterday. Yanda, with Wuna and the Almighty Allah, we create una. All what you explain that so. All what you talk na. Now for how we go put that, the Auditor General, Lagatel Pias. Now for how we go put that down. Because certain things the day, we no accept with una, we no agree with una. We all know so that all these reports they will come out. That report they not to the actual money that one day where President Bio and in talks to the thief, where President Bio and cabinet ministers in where the money where they thief, the actual money where for come out. We all know so not to that money there, the mommy pull na do. In fact, it cover some things the day where cover where no pull. Certain things the day where they not be able to pull because the mommy come up with that things the day. So now make now they want to carry for set them aside. They want to carry for pull them. How then they pull them? Now they don't begin the step out for pull the Auditor General. They don't bring an audit firm now. This international audit firm, where they don't count, this government go responsible for pay that money, they through taxpayers the money, millions of loans. Now they go can't pay this audit firm here. For just can audit 2018, 2019, and 2020. After when they go down do this audit here, they make this report here public. Then they make a public to people them. Then go down doctor and they go down do everything what they can get for do. Then go talk say, well, this now social money this well lost now the Auditor General's office. When they go down talk that one day, all them go down show citizens, they shop Sierra Leone they say, now this and this money and I lost. That and they then go fair way for set the money aside. Whether they set aside now, they go bring person. We go they ask their own capacity. They go count somebody. We go can't step in shoes. Then go count person. We go they ask the force. Why still Ben Kelfala go to investigate them? Why Ben Kelfala go to investigate them? Now so the mami go day. Instead me have to go to Puel. Now so he go the day. No work, no day. Then bring on a person. Then go day for that investigation day. Say 1 year, 2 years. They no go conclude that investigation day. They no go finish that investigation day. So finally, Famulem, Sierra Leone as a citizen system. We where they pay tax to government. The SLPP Johnson government through the Ministry of Finance. They don't bring an international firm where they can audit the Auditor General's office. That firm they can mainly, purely for can audit the Auditor General's office from 2018, 2019, and 2020. If you then find out say anything go wrong, what happened at that meeting yesterday, then go set the auditor generals aside, then go put and say, well, mama, the SEC say, go wait first. Go wait first. Why should they investigate you? Well done the investigation, we will bring you back. Like when they do the former Minister of Education, Albert Timbo, when the 50,000 bikes of Ras Saga come, waiting President Bio do. President Bio come, he pull him, he set aside first. He said for let them investigate, they not tamper by the evidence system. So they pull him after 1-2 months. Now we see them count them back because we know say a lot of people and they will be involved for that yesterday. The likes of Chief Minister, they're all involved for that yesterday. We make them be bring out Patimbo back. We up to this time we don't know that it's the rest, we don't know that tip the rest, we don't know that sell the rest, we don't know that receive the rest, we don't know the rest in whereabout. So now this kind where they were used now for pull the auditor general now in office, family them, they don't bring the audit farm now. The auditors then they are now as they speak. The auditors then they are now as they talk. When they only meet yesterday behind closed door. In fact, they don't bring no journalists in there. They don't bring no people in there. But when I not say the people's power and the Nkop family, their network powerful, the investigative what they do powerful. Would they follow? Would they watch all government activities them? Waiting this SLPP Johnson government they do. So now that one day the people's power and the Nkop family look at her yesterday and would they bring that to the people. We don't make a vow. We don't take an hold. We don't promise the citizens them, promise the people of this country. Say we will bring whatever thing we know, whatever thing we see, whatever thing we sabi, where the poor this country, where one makes the alliance they go down the drain, we go bring that to people them and we go make a non-show now. So now the way this way they want for pull the auditors, mind you, the Auditor General's office don't begin audit for 2020. We don't start this from the 25th of January. Now they don't start this work here. For begin the audit all ministries, departments, and agencies them. We all see the challenges that what they get now. What are they going to different ministries them? What are they going to different departments and agencies them? Then they find out very difficult because the internal auditors they are so. Now the SLPP people them, now they don't come put now all the internal auditors them. So you find out say the people and they find out very, very difficult for do their work there now. Then we don't start this year, January 25. Now the Auditor General's office we don't start for the audit for 2020. Now they don't bring their audits from now. So which means then they can't stop the Auditor General force for let's stop for audit, let for audit, tell the audit firm when they don't bring through JJ Safa, when they don't bring the audit firm there, when they don't audit them for 2018, they audit them for 2019 and 2020 before they allow them now for go ahead for audit the government agencies them, government ministries them, and all that things that they. So that tells you, that they show Sierra Leone as they say, that they send a signal say, President Bio, no one for account of nothing. In ministers them, they don't want to be transparent. In ministers them, they don't want to do nothing where they make this country go before. Only what they know that for benefit and enrich them and their family them. Now make them don't go bring now this audit family where for can audit the Auditor General's office for let them go put that office there down. Let them find way for change that mami day. Let them pull Lara Telopias. Let where they pull Lamamina Law School. Let where they pull a lot of people them. Where they know say na hard work is Sierra Leone as them, na citizens them. Whether they take no mess in the first place, family them. Lord we not forget say. Lara Telopias, we don't compromise. If you don't compromise with the SLPP Johnson government, if you don't compromise with President Bio in office, if you don't compromise with President Bio in government, when he be there yesterday as auditors during the APC time, nobody know they interfere in our office. Nobody know they ask what for do. Nobody know they call a kind of parliament. Nobody know they threaten him. Nobody know they show when he for pulling report, when he not for pulling report. If they work under free will, if they work, if they get liberty, if they get everything possible for let doing work, what you want to do. But as this SLPP Johnson government come, Lara Telopias don't begin to compromise. And because of it, they compromise with them, now then they give them the mind, now then they give them the reason make, they don't go bring an audit firm now, for can audit in the Lara Telopias, now in the target. Not to say that the office they target so, because the documents are there before me, they say then they audit the Auditor General's office. But we not say as stakeholders them, we not say as citizens them, we not say as social media activists them, we not say now one great person, now in the target, where na Lara Telopias, where na the Auditor General, now in the target will let them fair way for pull and they fambulem, this na the information, this mean that the people's power, the National Campaign Unit for Progress, where people they call NCOP for short, where we all know say, now an appellate body to ASMEG, now they make sure say, this...
Mfambulem, Good afternoon. Most sides concern a net, concern a morning. We see this week as things they unfold in Freetown. We see the various investigation, the explosive allegation by Mr. Chenoba within the United States, the Pan-Africanist press or the Africanist press, whatever they call them, about allegation that hundreds of thousands of dollars was transferred to the office of the First Lady. And we don't see, the ACC don't come. The ACC say, now, well, if that's not the case, before we investigate the First Lady, investigate the former First Lady. So we don't hear about that, we don't see what can happen. But one remind me, SLPP listeners then fumble and say, Julius Maada be having campaign of transparency, there be campaign for can clean up corruption, for can clean up the country. And in fact, when they asked them during the interview, the BBC interview, especially when they asked them about one of in main policy program, which is the free quality education, how you go pay for them. Julius Maada Bio emphatically say he go plug some holes them. The money where they get from that night, he go take for, let he go pay for the free and quality education. And even the debate came up. Julius Maada Bio say part of the programs them the way I get for implementing and for plug some holes, which means the way how money been the siphon money, the how money been the leak with them the siphon and with them the thief am. So now them hole and they get for close, we get for plug. So the extra revenue where they pull from that, now he get for use by most of the programs them. So that was the promise he made. And the SLPP supported them. I want to remind them, say, a lot of people who supported SLPP for the past 30, 40 years, because SLPP is the only party that will see a semblance of true government. That's since independence. Semblance of true government simply means, for broken down, say, during the time with them, during their reign in power from 1961 to 1967, then we actually see true governance in the sense wherein all the branches of government were functioning, the departments were functioning, the civil service, the police, the army, everything they function. By then they do audits. I remember one man who we been there near one Creopa. At that time we not been picking there. In fact, I not been get a grasp of what the explanation was. But he was the auditing office. And then finally say he been lost £200. By then we currency not changing. But I still remember as a kid. And £200 and the man go home, the Creole man go home, he commit suicide. And at that time, in fact, NIMEX them, they always they transfer civil servant and that they not they take more than 2 years in one post, one location. And the reason why they do that, because they don't want to let you become entrenched, let you become corrupt, so that it will be difficult for them go on that time. So civil servants were always rotating. They know they keep one civil servant now one spot for over 2 years. After 2 years, then they transfer, you move. So if you're not engaged in any corrupt practice, the next post where they can unearth that corrupt practice. So that is actually the semblance of true government what they mean. Where people and were diehard, they supported SLPP. And most of that semblance of true government disappeared after 1967. We have the one party state we come, where corruption became a commonplace. And the first person we tried for unearth massive corruption was Akibo Bet. We were in the Tamos coin as voucher gate. And they went after him. That was under the one party state. Akibo Bet therefore run away from the shores of Sierra Leone, barely within life. So, coming back to the actual audio we had to make, I know my friends on this side might not like what I'm saying. Me SLPP friends, them, my SLPP cousins, my SLPP brothers I grew up with might not like what I'm saying. But I have to say it for the good of the nation. Because this is not a Mende issue, this is not a Limba or a Timne issue, or this is not a regional issue. But this is a national issue we're all for treat with concern. And not a thing where anybody for trivialize at all. The First Lady, the impression we had all along was that he was operating a charity, a non-profit organization. And that non-profit organization was Hands Off Our Girls. And under that auspices, we see the First Lady distribute sanitary pads to school kids, especially girl picking and women on they reach puberty, from puberty to 18. And this is a wonderful program for the fact that First Ladies usually take programs, things we're very close to their heart. Like Hands Off Our Girls, we don't see the raping, the waiting people and way them they of age of majority, man them older men, they go with school picking them, teacher and they sleep with school picking them. So it's in actual effect a beautiful and a wonderful program. So my audio is not about the program, the nature of the program itself. The distribution of sanitary pads too, in as much as yes, I've been get qualms with them. But it's a beautiful program. The only reason why I maybe get a little bit of qualms with them is that, when I mean qualms is reservation, is that the average picking we don't reach puberty, the same period for at least 12 months in a year. And then you get for CM until you reach menopause, which is menopause probably go in the 40s. That menopause then at the cessation of menstruation. So if you go get a sanitary pass for a month, they help them. Because you get for CM for the next 12 months, stay the others. Every year I get for CM for another 12 months, every year I get for 12. So maybe get a lot of reservation. But all the same, the First Lady take them as a centerpiece of in your own charity work way they do as First Lady. So I give that to her. But recently, when the Pan-Africanist press or the Africanist press come out with hundreds of thousands of dollars that was transferred to her office, the First Lady washed her hands off the program completely. Say, not to me program. I don't own it. It's the program of the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. And I'm just a face on it. Which means, when somebody say me I'm just a face on it, I'm indirectly saying I'm a spokesperson. So, not on me program, the First Lady don't completely washing hands off our girls. She don't washing hands off the distribution of sanitary pads. No matter be in proposal, no matter be in program. And because my husband would matter be in a First Lady, in a just a first spokesperson. And I want to remind me, Slpp listeners, them for let them take note, because some of the things the way we can concern with the double standard, the way how they look at issues. And another one thing the way don't care that country, they backward, that country, they backward today, where they find it difficult for catch up to counterparts in the sub-region. And I'm not gonna get that clear. So, in other words, it's a project of the president. But anywhere in the president in manifesto, anywhere in the president in policy, nowhere you go under a Ministry of Social Welfare and Gender, there's nothing about Hands Off Our Girls, there's nothing about distribution of sanitary pads. The president not ever included in his speech say part of a national program for distribute sanitary pads to school girls, and whoever put on there, because we've been there before asking what about school boys, but one day put on there, they under the Ministry of Social Welfare, go check it, the president in campaign team during the manifesto, there's nothing about Hands Off Our Girls, there's nothing about that. But now suddenly, it's the president's program that has been undercover. We don't know about it. It was hidden. They been put pump and tap. Then be covered up in the under the bed. Now, when this issue don't come, the First Lady don't wash in hand off. It's not the president in program. And in the process, hundreds and thousands of dollars have been transferred to an account that is being operated by the First Lady. And the way they say and the investigative First Lady, the ACC comes say, well, I'm not only going to investigate this First Lady, I'm going to investigate the former First Lady as well. So now we get 2 for 1. Whether you like it or not, we get 2 for 1. But this I want call me SLPP cousins and sisters and brothers attention to. when people say, we papa them, we mama them, when they support Slpp as the party where they know we don't actually get a semblance of true government. What they mean was that the party will keep all the institutions they intact, will not dilute them. Every institution was kept intact. And now what we see today is an institution that was post-war, that was sponsored and supported by the British, built under Kaaba. The anti-corruption went out from day salon for them, they move forward. Now we see the SLPP, they try for dilute them and they undermine them. Now the ACC man not go ever able to work properly because he has to satisfy the president, he has to satisfy the first lady. He get for satisfy the all now, he say, okay, by the way, in as much as I came 3 years ago, the first lady was not on my radar, he was not on my agenda. We had no intention to investigate the former first lady. The former first lady will not been there, not there in any audit report, and not there on the white paper. The former first lady not there on any audit report, no white paper, no nothing. But all the same, now that they come investigate the wife of the president who appoint me as head of anti-corruption, for now go satisfy the president, so I go investigate the former first lady as well. So now, this institution will all be known to look forward to, the Anti-Corruption Commission. This institution will all begin love just barely 3 years ago. This institution will begin with the salvation of the rebirth of Sierra Leone. This institution is now weakened and undermined by nobody else but the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Julius Maada Bio, and his wife, Fatima Bio. Now they are undermining this institution. Because what exactly is happening now is undermining this institution. And that is why the President will steer clear of this. The President cannot transfer hundreds of thousands of dollars to his wife. It does not belong to him. The President came to serve the nation. The President did not come to serve his wife. The program we in wife they run is not a national program. It's not a policy program. All along, past now with the say, now a national program is not anywhere, any paper. You go to the Ministry of Social Welfare and Gender Affairs, so now on that data program for the, it's not there because I took my time with a fine tooth comb. I go through the Ministry of Social Welfare and Gender Affairs program like that, not the, nothing, not the, go through President's manifesto, nothing, not the, I don't go through the President, all in speeches, there's nothing there. So we have this program run by his wife. Although the wife don't wash his hand completely, they don't wash his hand completely, don't disown him. Transfer hundreds and thousands of dollars to him. Unaudited, unaccounted for. No paperwork will indicate. Now suddenly they don't turn to a national program, now government program. And if a government program, they will have advertised for the CEO. The CEO will have been appointed, it will have been a national appointment, it will have been an appointment approved by Parliament because they control a budget worth hundreds and thousands of dollars. It will have gone through Parliament, they will have voted on that appointment as Fatima Bio being CEO. So, in other words, that
Una begin then can say stand. How long would I go the pants up? Talk no more, na talk. If not ordinary talk, by now my neck for the show. How man name still get cook? Now that they believe on a buy party begin. Man, I must have been made drunk so. Now they get to walk about on a fight party. They can't accept for man and they handle the team them say long. See the work and they strike, and they hold their money they don't want to pay them. Tell me if I don't like it, now they do so.
Okay, if now they do so, Una a big fool so. How una they feel? Una they feel happy or not? Una tell me about MIC do ask una and biggest A plus back do ask una back. Biggest A plus of KKY boy and JC forever. So una tell we I only answer with the youth of Mama Salon, right?
You don't say where I want blood, money for everybody want them, mobile not so bad. From what I know, the government purchased 30 brand new SUVs. Okay, you read the other one. No, those vehicles were not brand new SUVs, all 30 of them. Okay, you read the other one back. Only 4 SUVs. For the Nokia, then just go there to them so that you don't see guarantee. And now the move good and boss.
Okay, now so MIC say, and biggest A plus also support. He say the Munkuria and another boss. The one who come on and lie. Salonas, now wake up.
This Munku boy just the take people and let me see fata. Don't be police and no SD, and just the harass people unlawfully.
I met you two, then they run after a bar. I met you two, then they smoke, then they do all things and they was there. Policeman or they watch and safe. And they smoke inside the motor car, and the government motor car back. Nobody know they ask them back. And they smoke inside office back. Nobody know they ask them back. Hey, bo, why don't they disturb the youth them? Youth man, they know up and tie sim, pega pack, gin, shine, double punch. Why? We not for enjoy, or we would see, we not would there. We not Chris man there or what see. Salo youth, wake up.
Wetin the party do? The find power now. Who that lock and go smart food? Wetin do the soldier man? How many people are vote for? Where the discipline for? For the government to cut.
Okay, now for you them, all they admire the soldier man there. Why? Soldier man they all the things now say, hey, all them Canada them we can change for our country. Now that's a stress back. They don't left the youth them. Why? Sierra Leoneans, now wake up. Youth of Mama Salon, progressive thinkers, the lovely Sierra Leoneans, wake up.
After hours, when the discipline come, and then don't begin they go okay me hour. When the discipline come, some man they do the work they can work. We not see it too, we they wait no more.
3 years up to now, we not see nothing yet. We suffer, no work, no nothing, no stress, no more frustration. Hey, Mama Salon.
Out in they go, while they lay down. Safety no more. This now they go begin life and COVID. Say now you come and go, then come no more the country.
Well, you know, if I see no. Now that side back they don't get so back, you say Corona. Hey, bo, now the message and the pauper. Tolombo they don't car, they don't frustrate free, they don't kill people. Now back pauper don't come back, now the same thing back. Corona try go bo, try left football, we try with Corona bo. Let pauper they don't get message from Corona bo. Hey, take.
Anyone who come go some weed, they must have been a coconut. Anyone who come go some weed.
Aye, me I not feel bad though. Now make up been feel also on youth there they been vexed, but MIC say hey, so they can say all na coconut then. Yeah, of course. If we all na coconut them, hey, yeah, me I agree with them. 100% I support them. Follow change. We put the right people in the right place. Hey, Sierra Leone, we all wake up. KKY na the savior from Mama Salon. Yes, you not get stain na the wall. As Salon they can't get stain because of the selfish politician they all get. Who they talk bad about them. Say this now this. And stain they want game. They not able. They all don't recognize them. And they able to save you only or else.
To survive, hustle, mental hustle, money, how they tap on the power, so then go hand over the money. Them be no say we messed up mentally, but they promise new direction. Now for that to Nalango, they don't go read book for Kanko, Poliman, Dancy Bukumanti, Abracadabra, the money for the shadows, as to the full dignity and the country. They don't go, not to my about to the perfect, to the not.
I tell you, APC the cow and the fed SLP the cow fed APC. But Sierra Leoneans, why we not for change? We not put KKY, we not try NGC na the best, na the solution.
We go there with the cement and the rice and come back the fed. Gonna push some faster. We don't know the tire with full fed. Now we go there with the belly to 40 and then they make a move fed. Inside the party they get.
we the citizens, they will not value, now the foreigner and value in our country pass the citizens, they will get right for vote, and not value we. But now that cause that, now we the youth them, we need for Wise Up 2023. No sleep night Inc. We are about the big brothers and sisters. Wake up, Sierra Leoneans. MIC biggest A plus. Aye.
Everybody, power hunger. Not ready for sponsor defect. For you, divide and conquer.
Una good evening, mi family. Mi family, una watch this video we are just for on this forum. Let una see how man they suffer. This man, since we them born up in poverty, that they die upon poverty. You understand? Let you see how we leaders them no better. We owe the island on social media. They fight for them, you understand? At the end of the day, that they get for benefit and reach them people, they picking them. They left one they suffer. They left with the poor man they suffer. You understand? Just imagine this man not only also. Is in condition since we them born na sufferness. Say the kind life and sufferness. We get for really take time how they do things. No falla then leader we not get munafa for me and you. Put the county per lucky. You understand? We get certain elements them where the cost for them leader we check them. They not benefit from them people in you understand? Now for just make noise on social media saying that this man are they for now they support. That this government and this party are they support. But lucky they suffer, then they end up and enjoy. They left una they languish. You understand? Right? It's too sad. It's really sad. But when they say election, now we the poor people them, now we the command the sun, they go to line all day for vote for them. Then useless most of my when them go inside, they think about the people them, the poor people them. Always anything now for your immediate family, with the one that we surround them. But lucky. We check keenly. All the one the way they make noise on social media, they cost people them, mama, they attack people them, and they suffer at them. The one the way they enjoy government money, they thief big time, they know they ever talk. They keep silence, they observe which they go on social media. They kill themselves, you understand? It's too sad. We get for really conscious. Not attack your brother, attack your sister because of politics. You understand? Because of party, right? We get for put the country first. You understand? Party, it don't mean anything. You understand? Not kill yourself because of certain people. You understand? We get for really conscious of which way they do. You understand? And politician here, then they use you for nothing. At the end, they dump people. You understand? Right? Now they know what the benefit, right? Fine more to carry them. Una didn't get to, you understand? They burn marijuana. You understand? They let people and they suffer. Right? When they come, they dish una, they half money them. When I begin the Allah, papi don't try, pa lucky. You understand? I mean, a big fool and they try for big fool we. So we get for really conscious which we do.
No, it's a more. God being the sins that we had today. No, it's a. But the thief, they know they're sorry at. No, get one sorry at, no, get one sympathy, papa. No, get love for with the people there. Oh, no, it's a more Allah. It's the sins that we might say. Oh, no, it's a fail. Fin become and comport himself. Fin become and all we, let's say we all come up from Allah. Or for Embreza. But Allah, they say, this one my fix here. You don't tell Salome and the whole kind word, I will not there. Yes, come up and down there with Salome, pop on them back. Oh my God, just a thief. He just a thief. He just a broke the country. The country just a crack. Country just a broke down. We just go behind. This woman should destroy with the people in other country, Allah. They call himself Fatima, Muslim Pekin. Even Almighty Allah talk inside the Quran. He say when I left, give me everything. Me kuna. Say no swear you to live there. No glad man you to live there and destroy. Yes. So it's my best swear way. Today they swear. You don't go say, so say they catch Salon people there. This why they can return on the foot. So no it's a more. Oh no it's a few. This is my bad. This is my bad girl. Fatima Bio. No get sorry yet. I hungry wa eat. I hungry wa live fine. I hungry wa wear good clothes. I want to eat chicken and salad. I'm picking them for go to buy weekend. I'm picking them for go inside. I don't call a lot of one that they wouldn't give bluff with. Oh, it is a winner. Now there's that. And then small picking in the ride. And I see a smoothie. Oh no, it's a more. But this is my backpack. But they say, if you say Fatima and allow the life and inshallah, Almighty Allah, who don't know what in case to you. Judge we all. Judge we all, yeah. Okay. I don't stop your voice. I come back. Right now, just wait. No voice. No voice.
Fatima Tabio Toko Kantine. Anytime where I see this video, from the first day where you pull up, I dey tell you say, na your government, na income for can destroy Poel Sierra Leone, scatter we and thief we money and we everything, we freedom, we democratic rights, everything now na come for can destroy na Sierra Leone. Now God been point you more so for me you swear them. And now, when you see the God na Karim, all the swear we been swear, back to sender na una the swear. Where the swear, I've been tell you, I said this swear where they swear so. Because the only people that were not like Sierra Leone, the only people that were they destroy Sierra Leone, the only people that were they yama Sierra Leone, the only people that were they thief and lie pan the other people that na Sierra Leone. Na bio toko kantine human and in cabal, in government. So the swear na in de bie una so. Now una de sidon where the swear don't catch una. You the first lady, you come out. You no ask for no advice. Now you go na media, you begin to operate. Na the swear so. Na so swear day. Where he look, go around. You don't let go the swear. They go and look for what you swear for. He no see nobody where they hang power. If na you na we release that swear. Now you they do the thing. If they come back to you, well, this night then they say, "Phew, wow, wakali back to sender." Boy, now you aid. This swear, now you swear for the country. The way then they destroy the country. Na bio in government. The way they massacre in cities in the way vote for her. Na bio toko kantine. And you were the thief. Sierra Leone money, you say you get office, where you be say, you married to your man for sleep with her and born in picking them. More respect you for that. Now you come out there, you go bill office. Who say you know for bill office, you put your hand per salon money, you say hands out of our girls. You bill your own factory for thief the money transfer and na the fun of hands out of the girls. Well, now, me still, any day where I see this video, I dey reply you, Madam Bio Toko Kantine. From today back, where I see this one, where I wake up now, Ounce out of Sierra Leone money. Ounce bio toko kantine Madam First crooked woman. Winch. Ounce out of Sierra Leone matter. You under, you brain, you everything for them na you man introduce. Now for that you married her. Not to for Sierra Leone money you married her. Chief man, Chofia Kwao. You see where the all una. Starting from you man in minister then, in everything na that country day. As you swear no more, na so the swear the falla una, the halaki una, the disgrace una. Both internal and external. Na media, under bed, everywhere. Pass una Sierra Leone journalists, the way una buy, put na una pocket, na they no able to come out for say something. But the one whole world no say, you government na corrupt government, you man in government na box up, mix up, thief man government. So the swear, you been swear for una self because na una come for can destroy this country. Anyway, my name na Fatu APC. You sabi me voice. God punish you and punish your generation. The last word, where Sierra Leoneans, they would take God and not be beg you. Your hands out of Sierra Leone budget. Your hands out of Sierra Leone matter. Keep your hands in your man's pants. Now for that I married you. Good morning. Madam will not get address. Useless. This swear, you see this swear? Hey, God na Karim. Anyway, Fatimata, this na lesson for you. Next time where you open your mouth, where you don't better food na net, na you grab na money. If you know they pray for you, God make Sierra Leone better, eh? Go they swear anybody where they do bad to Sierra Leone because now una they do bad to Sierra Leone and they swear they catch you in less than. From that day they will swear, now in the swear begin they walk. But you don't know because you are a fool. Then just left you like dog na street. Then before them go look for somebody where they direct you. Where go make, where you grab, before you open your mouth, you tell that person they are one of Vito, then that person they go pick the nonsense out of your senses. He say, Madam, before you go disgrace, change some of these things the way you want go talk na public. Make you know, put you man in hell. You man, now you put her in hell, in pocket put her in hell with introduces. Well, now they pay for so. But would they punish na Sierra Leoneans? So, me said they give you this one today. Oh, Papa God. Mada bio toko kantine in wealth. And in minister, in cabinet, in generally. God punish them for bringing Sierra Leone to this level. And as by Koromabi don't put you in a track, any good mortal man will be for take in place. Will be for replace another country. The country been for the go before. +1 +1 +2 +10 will reach 100. But God, now you know the powerful man. Now you know what happened where you put this one. I know say you detest Sierra Leoneans there. For we ungratefulness. God forgive we. But please God, deal with these people. Show them pepper. According to how this woman they open in part then they swear people they na Sierra Leone. You know say na they self they swear. So Famatabio, may God punish you and your husband and all your cabinet ministers where they put an pansalo money, banks there, una don't empty them. Human rights, una don't destroy them. With democratic, una don't jamanyama them. Tribalism, una don't bring in our country. Now, this tribalism, it don't even enter some household. Mrs. and Master, the way them in they find, una don't destroy their life because na so una government day. Una no get nothing for left in the history where Sierra Leoneans they remember past them course una. And now one day see SLPP rule. Where in commot day, where somebody come, he say Alhamdulillah. Na subhanallah no more na inde be una. That subhanallah make care go una na hell go and burn to ashes. Madam Bio toko kantine. First lady we no get address. Okay, punkowi.
Bakar, Oman talk to me. I know the force for talk to me, but me they tell you see Mara Bio, Fatima Bio, the disgrace. Who they be planned for disgrace and Eskruma. Na Fatima Bio. You want draw say a Kurma. My brother Bakar, he get for Sidombe, he betty and you know they see blood. He regret and to the highest level. The disgrace who Fatima Bio care for tooth. Now this wall here, not to salon no more. The entire world could say I'm being insensitive for no CBS. They don't do the whole thing in this country ever. For Mother Bio and BMB, you nine at the pipeline. You boku talk no di.
I always see pass mark. If you are swear. Now we, the Sierra Leoneans, we put them there. Now we see now in the kitchen so. We bokutin and they right now will not be known for a long time. We not ever notice them. Then they can show we now saying at this 9 degrees. What will not be known? We for be not left kukuju muku. Now they can establish so. You know see we mention the first lady because he mentioned the former first lady. Now he make Ben Kelfala measure and back. Men no say they're only working kind. But God go come up behind them. God passed them. The liquor evidence smart. I swear to me, God, this God will make we all. When now we owe money, then they enjoy part, then they life away and deny part we back, make we look like fools. Now God get for fool them complete, like I did for fool them.
Good morning, Sierra Leoneans. Good morning, my brothers and sisters in Sierra Leone. And we in the diaspora. This na wake up call. My brothers and sisters, they think about them people there who them go demolish them places them na Jue. What would they talk about? Investors. Who that's not investors in the first place, my brothers and sisters? We get with local investors them, would they destroy them? And would they expect international investors them, foreign investors them for come now with nation? How they will come? Then questions there we need for ask ourselves. I just ponder over this. Investor no go come, will you home base them? You not treat them right. My brothers and sisters, this government we don't see over and over and over again, then they treat them business people them this way. Them people that are always they don't demolish them shops them with no proper policy, no proper engagement. You know, now these are always the talk. The rule of engagement with this government is bizarre. To be honest with you now, I'm not there against this government because of malicious things or grudge. I always they say this. No government know the way Asabi reach this government. No government. I for don't be proud if this government for they do better things for that nation. Me for don't be one of the most proud person because I rub skin with them. I sabi them, then sabi me. But at times when person talk, then say because of red. Yes, me na red. And I will be red for life. I no care. But not to that go make I sell me birthright. I sell me patriotism. If the red come, then do the same thing, I go bulldoze them. I no get no allegiance to anybody but me and me God and me conscience. My brothers and sisters, this government don't feel we already. And I dey see something cooking and it dey expose soon, then they dish them. I dey feel them for people who they can't talk for this government, sell their own lives them. Destroy their own lives them, even not just their lives them, the lives of their own picking them. After Paupa and Agbagbati, After Gbagbati na SLPP. After SLPP na cockroach. After cockroach na chinch. You, they accept. You don't approve the thievery. You don't approve everything what this government they do. Say it okay for you life. For live a low class life. It okay for you as long as now you party did it. My brothers and sisters, them people they are even wooden the thief, they know they make saloon. They all wooden they call mother bill, all in investment, all in engagement na foreign country. All in savings na foreign country. Why they tell you I say, then pauper there, all combined. One person who I go call no more, he pass them. When Bombay Camara. Somebody will say, hey, what do you mean, inspector? Yes. Bombay Camara pass them useless combined paupers there. Somebody will a money no mass, you don't even get foreign accounts to start with. Those are the leaders we need. Those are the people we need to breed in our country. We get foreign account, you know, for be a leader in that country. You know, get for all any position. Unamo could start for do that, Sierra Leoneans. Everybody get for close your foreign account. Like who they in the diaspora. If we want go be ministers, parliamentarians, everything, you close your foreign account. You don't need foreign accounts, now local accounts. Now based on the local account, with the boom with economy, my brothers and sisters, if the government no get money for GIWI, that money will you they save they go regulate the economy. But God, then they neglect them small business traders there. Go when broke no more, broke then stores them. Then they expect international donors. Then they expect MCC. Then they expect IMF for send money. Oh, this, that for give money. Oh my God. Young people and they would regulate money every day. You neglect them. You dey wait for the one who go deep and write project upon project, project upon project, even for write the project and money they use, stationaries, the expertise of the people that would they do the job. Because you get for pay. How long it will take you? Maybe a year plus before they even approve or say, okay, this project we write, we will give you this so money. My brothers and sisters, this government no get brain for think. This na my message. And this na wake up call. Thank you all. God bless you all.
Now, Salon people, I don't know now see case no they die. Case no they die. I like case they done for 20, 30, 40 years. If the government want for investigate or for find the truth or for get information out of that case day, the government get the right to go ahead and do the investigation. That is very clear now to everybody in this country. You see, one thing we tell God thank you way SLPP na then he always set the bad precedent in this country. Na then he start something. But at the end of the day, they're not able to end up. The way APC they can now, they accomplish the mission. And then same one they grab, they go and Allah say, hey, APC na so. Now, the SLPP, now then count this one party state in this country. Now then start them. Then go to the table and the parliament. But because of, by then, they lost the election, we Pashiki come, he endorse them. And we all know, and even less than know the outcome of that. So now, if then they come back, they say, we, a government official corrupt, and the anti-corruption get the right for investigate that office day for 20 or 15 or 30 years back. If now so the law say, okay, we the people in this country, we appreciate, we welcome the idea for investigate some certain offices then 20 or 15 or 30 years back. we not get one problem with that. But Sierra Leoneans, una pay attention. Please, una write wetin dey go on, so una put on una diaries. For tomorrow, we another party they come, they say, okay, this man be done be as head of state 20 or 30 years back. We need for investigator because if we don't be head of state, we not care how much days or how much months if we don't in power. We need for investigator. I believe say Sierra Leoneans they don't wise now. If any political party come 2023, they say some certain people we need for investigate them because of the time we then be all the offices that will not satisfy with them. We need for investigate them. I hope say Sierra Leoneans will not go grumble. Civil society will not do for talk say this that. Then some of the investigation they also they will bring calm war, they will bring calm conflict or division at the country. I hope see when they listening, when they see, when they know exactly what they go on right now in this country. Where somebody corrupt, a present of government official corrupt, then the institution where they in charge of corruption, when are the anti-corruption. Before they investigate the present situation or the present case, now they say they want to investigate the office. They not say the first lady, the present first lady. They say they want to investigate that office the 14 years back. So, if APC come back na power, they say this presidency office, we need for investigating about 30 years back. We need for investigate this office. We don't want tomorrow let people and cry foul. We don't let people and cry foul tomorrow. We don't let people and cry foul tomorrow. When I don't start them. And this fight when I don't start so when I get for gains. The brothers and sisters in the Green family. When I get for gains.
Fatmata, my sister, good morning. Let me tell you one thing. Sometimes, man, like we get we to plan a mission. Sometimes when I read between the line, what do I expect SLPP for offer for we the people of Salon? But you better you common idea. Somebody just do for more than 22 years. You know, past the likes of Keketuma, and they pull 50 pound, $50 a year for me to survive. When I expect that person to do something, hey man, tell one thing. Except they take their common apart this 5 years, I need do nothing. Now get bashi. When I watch you put a full step, what do you take? Don't get no serious plan. How on earth they don't allege Fatima out in corrupt, nasty habits? Suddenly when I come out, they can't investigate for my first lady. That tells you people they are saying the thief that the DNA SLP they are saying. They don't do nothing. Then if it's usually lavish money, my sister, I go Asian and cry. But look so voila, for me they born her, now they can married. People they can just imagine now married no more in drink and dance. 3 things they can do. Married and drink and dance. No better to know the
white wedding. We don't see. Wey when I say Sammy Bongo useless, now Sammy Bongo they can marry. Now Sammy useless will pa well Barry. Me now mother be so full out. Now all day pa useless life oh. Any SLPP person now we marry this then now all day pa the useless life. Pass we don't 65. Now that time they can't marry. Because we don't see we now 20 feet now for go now the L. Is that right? Yeah, okay.
To all me listeners, them, supporters, fans, well-wishers, everywhere we saw nowadays, suddenly a very, very blessed Monday morning to all for where God make we wake today. We go sleep yesterday, Sunday, we wake today. Going about we business them. We tell Papa God thank you for this. We tell him boku thank you. Because I'm not the only person we go make that kind of a provision there for we. He supervised to sleep one. And he should pretend we get up one this morning. For that alone, we say to him, be the glory. I mean, I don't care how much thanks we go able to give him. We not go compensate for what he don't do for we. We go only continue for ask him say again, this walaya where they pass over we, especially what to ye we don't come on a Guinea, where they talk about Ebola don't come on a Guinea. Do you have Papa go with the ask to let they not go to salon again? Because we know which in happy we go to salon. White people them they suffer. You get heartless other ones them where them they make money out of them. A lot of people they perish. But you get people them where make money out of the Ebola. Do you have Papa God let you not go there? Because even this corona, today we not able to get a handle on it. Do you have Papa God? Do salon that favor de that Ebola way don't go na Guinea, do you allow no na salon? Having said this though, this morning I think say they can't directly talk to President Bio. Directly. They can't tell him which ye know one ye. Because like I say, me na the person, I not about like for tell people them waiting them one year. No. I only left for tell you waiting no one year. So that way, when you lead on, you reflect on it, you say, you know what? I not like me to not click, but at least in get the courage for be able to tell me waiting a lot of people that way around me not they tell me. One thing where a leader not for land for live with, where people they fear you instead of they respect you and they fear you. And from waiting I don't see around President Bio, then they fear them. People and they afraid them too much, and they afraid them. And situation like that, it really demonstrates they don't like them, and they get contempt for them. But in order for preserve their jobs or for continue for hang around them, they go fear and then they oblige them. They make like do things the way they know say you know right. They know them. But in President Bio, in your situation, the worst thing where any man can do in a relationship with a wife, you the man begin where the lapana os, whilst you wife nanny where the trust. The worst thing where any man go do for instance for in your manhood, you decide for where lapana os, and let you wife in where the trust is, because you so like him that you not able to compartmentalize anything. President Bio, you need to understand say, the sovereign nation of Salone, they look up to you for leadership. And you come, you don't set a commission of inquiry where you bring international people them. Come set a commission of inquiry. Today we not see nothing. We know we'll go, we know wanga. The people they no them, they don't go. You they talk about white paper. White paper no go come out. American they don't do impeachment. Now 2 impeachment in this way we don't take place. The first impeachment take place where after the first impeachment. Now after you don't set your commission of inquiry, where go now that impeachment take place? They don't know with that. They don't come with the second one. They don't know. Today you white paper no they come on do. You don't go come on do because of the following reason. You don't allow your wife for become a de facto president at Salone. Fatima Bio don't become a president in Salone. Now in they make decisions in a Salone, they do things where it's so unconventional where nobody not go able to check them. The reason why they not go check them, Because he not sees the initiative in the country, now the leader in the country. And anybody where wants stay in job, he got for make sure say you not cross in path. Therefore, the one they wait for tell you, say no, President Bio, you really need to sit your wife down and tell her say a lot of things that they way they do so now wrong. Rather what they do, they enable them. And wouldn't they enable us them? The foremost now, that fellow where they call David Francis, where he calls Professor David Francis, as well as Jacob Yusuf Safa, and of course the guys away then at the Treasury Department. They enable them in a way where financially they support them for ruin the nation. They know, say, anything where Fatima Bio want for in office, no way no they where they get cash, they for get cash. No way no they where they for open a separate account for them for one in office. And there's no way if I wait people there for work na that office, they way not to the government they put in there. So in other words, Fatima Bio go there na that place no more. It only go be seen that but there are a lot of things saying where he not go do. Because the law not permit them for do that. Fatima Bio cannot get access to account. Everything where he need for one in office, now the government of Salion they go buy them, then they go through proper procedures and in place. Yawo then also na this country also. Even the state dinner where the president of America they hold for visiting heads of state, they know they take cash yam. No, they don't go get cash for do that. The government of the United States may get a way where they go make sure say they fund that dinner without they not give any president single penny. Say you go buy this, go buy this, go buy this, go buy this. Now may they get government cards them. They get government cards where they go use for do anything. It go reflect on waiting they spend on, so that way the citizen go know whether the leader use the money on his own personal business. They don't allow them. And you don't so much allow Fatima Bio for seeing himself say in the de facto leader in the country that it can do anything and get out with her. Now here's what will happen. The commission of inquiry where we been wait say the report they go come on a do, the white paper go come on a do. This not going to happen anymore because now what they don't do, you don't allow the opposition for putting a box where they come out, and in good conscience and in fairness, no way not the way you go take action against all the one way that commission of inquiry you don't find guilty or the white paper where they can't pull. Then Fatima Bio in go scot free. No way, President Bio, no way that not going to happen. You best bet. You for allow, let the Justice Department as well as the ACC for look into what they not allege on Fatima Bio, and where they find any violation, Fatima Bio for also face the consequence. It's as simple as that. If for face the law, they know they above them. Any attempt for law to sweep this under the carpet, now go easy on Fatima Bio. You know they only help undermine and made the good job where the commission of inquiry they not doing the white paper. But of course you will not start for undermine them from day one. So waiting this will happen, I go just hasten the demise of the work. And I must say this today, President Bio, if nobody ever tell you, your chances of losing this election 2023, you know about 80%, about 80% of you really losing the election in 2023. Except you try for turn this year around 360 degrees. You convince the citizens that indeed you get what it takes for be a leader in a salon, not for Fatima Bio and a leader in a salon, now you and the leader, and that you prepare for actually reigning on Fatima Bio. In it for understand saying that you not the man, but apart from waiting to happen on the house, we as citizens we look up to you for leadership. And quite frankly, we not see no leadership on you, no leadership, we not see them. Then here where they come on those so it's very hard trending. Whether na propaganda or not to propaganda or not to the issue. Because now you plus the one where they afraid for telling the truth, now they create this situation where Fatima Bio don't become an albatross around the country in neck. So today, me, they tell you this openly. We are very disappointed in you. You don't fail the leadership test. You don't fail them, Nasalon President Bio. Like I say, your chances of re-election, 80%, except by divine providence, your chances of re-election, actually, now just about 10% we look at that. Between 80 and 90% that you will lose this election also. Because you don't so much allow the opposition for boxing in there, they don't so get you side they want you that. Because there is no way where anybody go support you, taking an action against the one where they don't find adversely against them. Then Fatima Bio go scot-free. The only way where you go show the citizens them, wait till you be not talk so you go fight corruption. Because they will pull the paper and show you wait till you be saved. You go get for make sure so you don't get any hands in whatever evidence they get against Fatima Bio. If they say a culpable we don't commit financial crimes now, let them can't go to court. In order above that, let them can't go to court. No law, no then Asalio will exempt Fatima Bio from being indicted criminally if that nine are the case. Now the only way that way you able to take action, your government will able to take action against them people that won't don't adversely find. But if that not happen, President Bio, not even waste your time. And then what you go down do, the disservice where you go down do to the nation is so great that the only thing people that will do 2020 let them just route you out of power. You don't clearly demonstrate say you not get the ability for government saloon. You don't clearly demonstrate this, President Bio. Clearly, you don't allow Fatima Bio for really put you in that kind of pedestal. Not for me. Now waiting Fatima Bio they do to you. If you feel say you so much now you love Fatima Bio so for let it take your manhood away from you, let it take your leadership away from you, President Bio, you know they do yourself any good. Inside America, so I must tell you, the opposition to you, even among Slpp people that they get a call, they're not happy with you at all. Because of this kind of approach where you allow Fatima Bio for grab power where nobody not give. I don't go even talk about the way how they talk to people then and how they carry himself. So but today, they can't tell you this plainly, President Bio, plainly, that your chances of re-election, you get 80% of not being re-elected, all because of Fatima Bio, and you lack of courage for you make you understand. So no, there are certain areas you don't go venture there, you don't go venture because the nation they look forward to you. And as far as the vast concourse of the citizen in Asalio concerned, you really don't fail the leadership test. You don't fail them. You don't fail the leadership test, President. And would that make you fail this leadership test? Now waiting with the see Fatima Bio they do. How they carry himself yonder. They say come in events cast their shadow. So, you only way out of this quagmire so. You only way Fatima Bio you get for make sure that because the ACC is under tremendous pressure, the Attorney General office they get for step inside this, they get for make sure say they go outside the evidence lead. John they go to Narup and the Commission of Inquiry and the white paper there. But any attempt on your part for downplay this, what you don't do, you don't really hamburg the whole Commission of Inquiry. You come up, you don't hamburg all that and further, like I say, your own leadership. Now you don't really make the people that know say yes. You not get what it take for be leader in a salon. You just set no more for daily, but you don't have it because for let you get a wife where this now bring down Ferdinand Marcos na Philippines. The same thing where Fatima Bio they do. Now Imelda Marcos we do. Now Ferdinand Marcos go down, and now you said don't do so now. Until you moving very quickly now for tell Fatima Bio, you don't get enough of this. You don't get enough of this. The citizens don't get tired of this. You now need for take a back seat. We they see Fatima Bio they drive government motuka inside a convoy. It's not supposed for do that. I'm not saying people in the Siam, government officials in the Siam, but they're afraid. They know the danger this when People that begin fear a leader. Then they fear a leader. Such people that when they fear you, what should they do? Then they lead you to the slaughterhouse. Then they do. People like David Francis, if they may really like you, they believe in you, they really want to be successful, they don't really tell you, no. President Bio, if we get for dinner, you get for, curtail your wife, there are certain things you do. But then they afraid you, now all man, they call you brigadier. That some of we, every now they walk here, they put that title they pay you, or they put that rank they pay you. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. So what here then they refer to you as brigadier. When I really hear it, then now the most insult that way anybody can insult Sierra Leoneans for refer to you as brigadier. Seriously, would they tell you this today? So if you don't ever hear anybody tell you the truth today, me Kutubu na Saloto Forum, they can't tell you today. Say now this is time. You don't fail yourself, you don't fail the nation. Except by divine providence, President Bio, your chances of coming back 2023 past God and Sarah. It really get for and may take the coming back of Osama bin Laden for be president of the United States. Because by what you done the CISO, all that thanks to Fatima Bio, and thanks to people like David Francis, thanks to people like J.J. Safadem, we enable them. So for
man, I be don't say this. No go open all wound way so be don't man. When I even can follow one count with so. That's year in your way so you one count with. I'm glad the way the human rights activists them when they don't begin to talk. They don't begin to get a warning. You understand? But a guy waking like for say officer. Wait him the man say officer. And in a bank can follow he want show power. But some power then they go let you down. Me they tell you say, man, me they tell you, America yeah so the lawyer then they force you for lawsuits. Then they can't say come. While they see for say they get money, then they force you for lawsuits. You understand? But this SLPP where we know so, where they no power, where they know what's in our law. If there be no say them they get good saying for saying a light chain on it to swear to God, then for don't do anything for do. Not to personally tell themselves. What? Now why also for law business? Now when they know say they don't get nothing for counteract now. Pastor when they can on social media send them about on can't talk on can't this but zero they not get zero they not get. Now then but no more than they can't talk then supporters them. When they go na the forum then they cry say, "Boy, why this thing they happen?" You see now when they don't begin now they chase now the Fuller man they now not on. When they chase the Fuller tribe they now not on. Serious, I did say. Not about say now the high officer then they do amo. Now then local supporters.
We fall black Sierra Leoneans. This are the voice of Mr. Salone. Today I get a very short breaking news we have for bring out to every Sierra Leoneans. Right? And please, if not you hear Mr. Salone every day on audios, because we follow the politics internationally. As how another year and as Kumade talk in Sierra Leone, that so it fight internationally and up ball and as Kumade play against this useless government. Right? And outside the former presidents they talk, now they will listen. But I now get a breaking news from the people of Sierra Leone and not bring them out sooner. Right? And we plenty in the media. If I get information, I go pass them out to another comrade. So please, if you're not hear Mr. Salone every day, because of I want to play the politics of ball with the former president. Right? Yesterday, when on Sunday, they don't finally conclude with the meeting where they don't hold yesterday make 3 times. Where the SLP led by Julius Madabio, the whole meeting for counter the press where this guy pulled when I China bar. Right? About the Lebanon issue and also about the office of una first lady. Sierra Leoneans, then guy they don't fight day and night just for just for counter this guy impressed where he pull, and they don't finally involve this guy we call Shady. That dirty Lebanese will get that bought it where they head after sell. Right? Now this guy don't come with waiting them calls in a suggestion to them for say a very big hospital where it's a bit possible the work there where the person go able to provide any kind of document we might be on need, we will show say yes, it go for treatment in that particular hospital in Lebanon. Right? Where the hospital in name where the guy mentioned is in Mount Lebanon. Sarah-Leonians, and I go check for the hospital. Mount Lebanon, Western and Michael Garriel Streets. Right? Now there the hospital there. Now Lebanon. So this guy say, Madabio for go there, where Madabio say, he not go able for go there because if he left Sierra Leone, the world will know again for say yes, he don't enter Lebanon. So now therefore send this dirty guy called Shady with that one Rasta man called Shenge or so, I don't know. Una Minister of Education. And then two guys they also for left Sierra Leone this week for make them go fight for documents from Madabio, we go prove for say yes, he admits or he go for treatment at that particular hospital in Lebanon. This now they fight for day and night, and they don't finally conclude on that. And maybe they don't prove to the world for say yes, they go to Lebanon on an hidden agenda. Francis Benkel fella, you know, maybe you use one word na AYV, say it go betray una all. It just don't start by you. Right? You see the press release when you pull Francis Benkel fella. Now, not let me tell you, Madam don't talk about before you face. When you pull press release, you see the international community call you? No. They call you boss because they know say you not tools. You not full man that use that they use you. And our Madam don't deny you so that the international community. Now so it therefore deny una all from IG so full take out to Moinje, take out una all who don't perpetrate violence on that country. Right? You see when you put press release say they go interview the former first lady, they call Madabio, they interrogate them. Now Madabio say you don't know anything about that, and you know if you know instead see the press release on social media. Sagalenians, this I not get them from the international community, but I get them from Madabio self emote where they vomit them at the meeting yesterday. When I go see if this idiot go continue with that particular press release the way he put say they go interview the former first lady. Now for continue. Francis Ben Kelfala caught here so he go get same small. Okay? Sagalonians, now the another plan where the first lady don't get again, they don't clear CID, right? And then they try for perpetrate anything where for make we forget about Fatima TV Bio in case where it gets now the media. Right? Now, the one for can begin for harass and embarrass APC big ons them. So we go forget about Fatima TV BO in case. But I want you where I want for let una know. The APC gets a legal team. Any case where una raise up against anybody in the APC, then go fight them. But we waiting at the media. Fatima TV BO, Mother BO, then go on to Lebanon. The office of Fatima TV BO, this case should ring up every day in the media. Sierra Leoneans, they want to do things then for you go forget about that. And now they want to make Umar Fofana begin for broadcast about the case of the former president again. So we go forget about this particular issue. Sierra Leoneans, let me not allow me anything distractory. Let me not allow any plans of this useless government distractory. Right? Now, they want to send Shady and David Shenge for going to Lebanon for go take paper and documents them. We're going to show say, yes, Madabio take treatment na that particular hospital in Lebanon. Right? Mount Lebanon Hospital. Now a very big hospital according to David Shenge with this guy what they call Shady. Sierra Leoneans, I want to find out, let we investigate, and let we check about that particular hospital. And when I watch out, when I go finally and very soon see documents that we go prove or say yes, Madam you take treatment na Lebanon. This the message when I feel free for share the voice of me.
My name is Harun Zubairo. I respond to Mr. Emmanuel Ali. My name, Mr. Emmanuel Ali has the tendency for stretch the truth, deceiving the people, talk big talk, and lie to the people. It's in that talk and do president we get in Madabio. My name don't talk about the fishing today. Mr. Madabio don't charge the people the way they do fishing $2 million for taxes. The fishing boat, where people in the machine, now one person, now they bring the machine there. And they charge the people between 15 to 25 million for the machine that the people are not able to afford them. Before them, on a better off today than 3 years ago. Mr. Madabio now demand this way level. The austerity on the people of Sierra Leone. On a better off today, where the dollar, when Madabio take over the country, now be $7,500, 7,500,000 euros. Today now 1.1 million for $1. The unemployment rate today in Sierra Leone for under 30 years old, now 60%. The life expectancy today in our country, now between the ages 47 to 52 years old. Between the age of 1 to 5 years, 40% of the beginning they die from malaria. How much that medication they cost for save them beginning? Now $2. Today we get the rape case that we country more than ever when Mrs. Madabio take over the country. Now 18,000 beginning and they don't rape. 18,000 Mr. Emmanuel Ali. The only leader where a ref don't take this amount of money in 6 months. $15 million. Now Mrs. Madabio thief. In 6 months. Mr. Emmanuel Ali, they talks in a tabloid. You said the government not they give support to people. Meaning, not they go give microcredit to people and then they not to in job. Let individual business they do them. But go begin bribe people them. Now in a pride. Where the beginning they not get school books them. They ration the desk them. They not get food for eat. They not get water for drink. Then they, at this particular time, then they fail. With problem, Mr. Madabio don't spend $1.1 billion for this education in flagship and program. 1.1 billion in 3 years. 95% of the beginner will take the worst fail. Mr. Emmanuel Ali have the tendency for lie, deceiving the people. Will they bring up one to Mr. Ali? For every time where you can and deceive the people, we go respond to you in kind. We are ready to fight for our country. The talk and do president, where in chief minister they go advertise for $3.1 million. What side that money they go? Where the coronavirus money, they thief them. And then people ask you they can't talk and do. And bloviated ego Ramos like Madabio. Now that Monday night when they can't go central well in our country, we will fight against this by all possible means. Mr. Ali, will they challenge you and the people where this government they pay?
For once, be that person of conscience. For once, be that patriotic person and love your country. For once, stand up. Stand up with your government of the day. You don't have to like them, but stand up with them. For once, not only we save our country and our people, but we stop an entire countries or maybe a continent. Who knows? We pray not. From this deadly pandemic when a corona, and now we don't hear back the thing we kill thousands of our friends, our beloved ones, them me where they talk and no waiting Ebola wipe. For once, Lord, we stand up. Yes, you just tuning onto the Rappel Radio today, now February 15, 2021. Yes, good day. For once, be a patriotic citizen of Sierra Leone. We get notorious people them. We claim to be Sierra Leonean, where it be say they are adults. They're not sick, they're not crazy, they're open, kogo. That Pamalap is one of the most notorious places on earth inside Sierra Leone where they cause us not only we economy, not only we pick it when they escape with, not only that, it they cause us Sierra Leone lives and shattered the entire nation. Pamalap. The Sierra Leonean, so-called Sierra Leonean people, the one that we say they wear uniform, the one that we say then border force, the one that we say then immigration, the one that we say then waiting the bill. Wuna, let God send tsunami pauna because what you do, some of una, if you not do you know the person where they do once you connive with that person, now all do because what you do, una want blood couple, them blood money for full up una pockets, them for go bill water side and bad body. Let God fire una one of the most notorious place in Sierra Leone where they cost us. In the shattered we economy, they shattered we lives inside that Pamalapli. And they all bad thing they happen. As we come there, block road. Yanda people and they pass in and out like when they pass na ferry junction. How did they pass? Blood money, bribery, corruption. Corona come, they lock the mouth. People that they pass in and out inside Guinea and back to Sierra Leone, like when they pass the ferry junction. Notorious place. And una all where they walk there, where most of una be not see don't they pa Ebola, una allow Ebola for inside the same nasty way, una still not land. Take una do have the block road for Corona, una still there pa do am. Because una want blood couple. Let God fire una all one and they swear una today because una not patriotic. Because if una patriotic, if the government, president don't pass law, say let them lock the boats. Presidents cannot be everywhere. Where Corona come. President Bio, let God bless you. You go na airport, you perform, you go everywhere, all the center, you go to that Pamalap, the president Bias, you turn it back, they begin the dabaru, they begin the do babati inside that place. For bring trouble, for bring kuskas for people, and for destroy we country. Then they pass with on tax markets them. Then they pass with all kinds of fake cigarettes and all medication, this thing, President Bio. All the people are going there from me say they pass with all the fake for can't kill with people there. When you see somebody, they say sick fever number before they make up their body, don't die. Now let's hear. Parmalap, una get blood then una hands them. Parmalap official, Parmalap CID, Parmalap you. Yes, you know the one the way they do am. You not talk, you not come on and do una all. I join una today. Let God fire una all the one. Parmalap. Enough is enough. Ebola don't kill. Corona come, they block that road down, and they still allow people in and out of the country. Let me ask them, this one they don't block, they block. We see Manuel Ali where he go. It means security people, they don't block. Let me nobody let they pass. But una just they pass long belle for bring trouble, can people they die. Because what you know, una want criminal blood money for God be what I say. Let God kill una generation. Una don't fit for me Sierra Leoneans. Una get blood then on our hands for racketeer couple them. President Biya, they call on you, sir. Good day. This job, most of the time, personally, for when people that they attack Memuna, sometimes I they look, I want to back off. Sometimes I they look, I said no. Sometimes I they say yes. This one, not only I am proud of my dad when they great, not only I am proud of myself, but you know what? Nobody say it. I know. Me, Memuna, I'm a patriotic citizen. I love my country. I don't need for anybody for tap my back. No, sir. I'm not doing it for anything. No. I'm doing it to make a difference. That's what's matter. President Bio, that Parmalap, Ebola don't come on a do. Ebola don't come on a do. President Bio, why is he begin hearing something by rumor? Rumor. Some rumors they are lie, President Bio. But why is he begin hearing something rumor? Now we don't see her inside television. Because me, until I see her inside television, I see her inside proper place where they say BBC now. Once BBC confirm President Bio that's true. President Bio, Ebola don't start na Guinea. Do ya who they beg? For save Guinea them all, for save we own people them all, for save we country, for save we save them belle wapi, so-called immigration, and police and all that people I want to call themselves inside that Parmalap, President Bio. Hey, if we can't follow, we do something radical for set them up. Anybody whatsoever. Day or night, oh. Now, next time they pass to their fake goods, the President Bio will do them. If not do them, if we don't team up, traga, this is like the Kaisai back. The Kaisai. Now, Corona don't come. Would they tell people let them mask up? Let them do this, let them do that. The Corona, they say that Europe, that ain't get up. Europe, that we get, and I make some of who refuse for go salon today because we don't know. We are not sure. But the Ebola that President Bio, this one also, now touch and go. Touch and go. Why is he hold you say they clear one old family? He clear we own them. 30 days of food, then an appendix. We dey pain. Some picking them, young ones they were not supposed to die. Ebola came and go. Today, therefore then I want to go get people that want to call we say auntie, uncle, this and that. But Ebola don't care they go. President Bio will not want to see any people that get suffered. Any more injustice again as alone. Do ya? Me, I take God and I be begging today, this Monday, 15th of February. Please. I know say you not always get it right. Because of bad people that want to work with you. But President Bio, let God help you. Do ya? Do us some radical changes. Radical thing we will never see before. Now that Parmalap. If it costs us for deploy. Army. If it costs us for deploy. What you get for deploy the President Bio? Please do. Help us to save Baba Salon. For once. Make we not continue for cry again. Good day.
Then for Senate to Fatima Bio, done with Chief Minister, done with Chief Minister, then we deal with Chief Politician, then make them see them video there. Make so we know what's not their reaction. because like for Syrian kind thing they also will happen in a country. We get all kind mineral, all kind thing we so you think of now the world. 5 years old Pekin, they go in a dirty box for go find rubber for just making within that they survive. It's a shame and disgrace to Sierra Leone. You understand? And now they will get there with thief politician there. Where some man go come, then go cancel an S in your own time. No to matter in your own time. Some man go come, he go send a this. For all where so people and they see all them sufferness they also, then they come back, they back at them. Thief man they will get na saloon. The one they will say then a leader, the chief minister, the Fatima Bio with the rest, all the one that don't thief saloon money. God gave for swear una. God go punish una generation. Look, we so picking and they go there with pig and a dirty box. They just some of the fencing for survive for it. Now in money they disappear in a saloon, millions of dollars they disappear. If them people are then get conscious, they see the way also them people also they survive with them family, forget things them for it. So man no go can at social media also they come back at them with useless politician they also with they no money for thief salon money. If not the young picking and they go so then they see or the young family member how they go feel. That man not even supposed for day na then particular place then they by now without 5 years old picking. They can't seek whether one they go down and nail. Another dirty place they not even get marks. Just some for just fend rubber for just survive. Where some man can see chief minister Fatima Bio the rest when they squander money you get the useless Benkel Fala instead they back. It they back to them. May them go to watch that video there. May them see how so useless we count here. How so disgraceful Sierra Leone day. Milk and honey. We get all the minerals them. Now they will look. Beginning Motama, they gonna dirty box for just go find survivor. It's a shame and disgrace. God go punish them people when they squander salon money. When they make people and they suffer so beginning they go na dirty box for go find them for just survive, forgetting for it. It's a disgrace to us.
To dollar, make the country they suffer, then they live the soft life. They say na soft church, some they say na soft work. Power with money, but when election time come, they say now we right for go vote. As we give them the power, they change for we vote. They know they travel, they busy, they travel. Na, this time we no mix Pambakuta. Make the left we go. Make the left we go. Make the left we go. This time we no mix Pambakuta. Make the left we go. Make the left we go. Make the left we go. This time we no mix Pambakuta. We self we no dey. We travel. We self we no dey. We travel. We self we no dey. We self, we know they. We travel. Politics a big game. This thing don't mix up, we all brain. We are the suffer as alone. Now we they kill, we say for. We are the struggle as alone. Now we don't turn enemies. For red house and greenhouse. For your band a talk shop. For politics debates. I tell your best and head office. Now they read the results. But when you check, now we host. Team for it in all day. One bag vest the cap price. Where you run down at the street. Walk in all day. See fine baba they suffer. See fine titi they struggle. Na. This time we no mix Pambakuta. Make the left we go. Make the left we go. Make the left we go. This time we no mix Pambakuta. Make the left we go. Make the left we go. Make the left we go. This time we no mix Pambakuta. We self we no dey. We travel. 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 Salon a sweet country. If we dey keep na World Bank. Make poor people dey suffer. Make we open companies and do big business. Youth man dem all go get work. Money go boku, but una dey thief the money. Make poor people dey suffer. Well, una need the power. Una can't wibo. We self we no dey. We travel. Una don't market Sierra Leone, but now one man profit. Make una left we bo. This time we no mix pan but cool talk. Make the left we bo. Make the left we bo. Make the left we bo. This time we no mix pan but cool talk. Make the left we bo. Make the left we bo. Make the left we bo. This time we no mix pan but cool talk. We self we no dey. We travel. We self, we know dey. We travel. We self, we know dey. We travel. We self, we know dey. We travel.
Brother Mansu, we see them people there, if we say they go school. Thank you very much for bringing this finding. We'll be warn them. They be they go and make much. Where one government come, don't sign contracts with with a company. You can't. If we say they na banana republic, or if we say they na country they will not get law. Let no go pay let no go give their mining back. Yeah? When you don't sign contracts with one government, it no matter whether there is a change of government, that law they still remain. That contract they still remain. Pass on want tweet the contract with the agreement or with the people who don't sign the contract with. We want them. I remember already they do 2.5 years ago. Already Yoki go cancel that agreement. Now I say this. Let them count in our court. Free streets. The courts they did it. Let them count court. Let them count put in our court. But the guy they don't read themselves. They can't sue them. God know how much money they can't pay them now. And they don't go take the iron ore, they don't go give them Chinese there. The Chinese they don't go spend more money there. If me at this London mining company, I they tell them say I want the mining back. I they tell them let the Chinese them ask them now for the money they don't losses. My brother let go then free. These people. If we say they go to school now they're clever, but then they do so many wrong things there. It's unbelievable. Good for them.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you and God bless you. Just want for respond to within common at that meeting we ministers, departments and agencies then go all. You understand? Now state house with internal auditors them now all the ministries, departments and all internal auditors who are responsible for audit government institutions. So that meeting they don't show see really this government and this president not really transparent and they're not ready for fight corruption in this country. They show see this meeting, they show see the corruption we the president's one faith now selective one and a camp for target certain people. That need for because waiting common at that meeting I will highlight everything for you waiting common at that meeting and enough for Bisu, enough supposed for Bisu we not ever see him before na that country we no ever see him before in a saloon. Ever, we no ever see him. You know, under former President Kaba, may he so rest in peace. We no ever see him. And under the former President Kouoma, we no ever see them before. For a government and the chief minister Gucci at that meeting, they call all the internal auditors them. They threaten them. You understand? They tell the internal auditors then see. Whenever they on the audit, therefore make sure see any department and agencies within the way there as auditors in the audits, therefore make sure see before then the audit and after the audit, the minister for no waiting in the audit and waiting in no audit, the deputy minister for no waiting in the audit and waiting for the audit, the permanent secretary, the directors, the accountant, and all the senior person at the ministry for know how they go through the auditing. Now therefore sit down, they agree on waiting, therefore put na pen and paper where then the audit at the end of the year. It really disgusting. This really pissed me off. You know they move this country go no side. Because mind you, Lara Tilopias make a memo 2 months back. He sent out all the ministries, departments, and agencies. They tell the internal auditors then see, therefore make sure see the time where you don't give them for audits the different ministries them, departments and agencies them. Therefore make sure see this time around therefore do them by the end of the year, before the year the end. Therefore don't make sure see they audit then report every single thing, every single money we government spend. Whether na do no money or whether na the money we government they collect na yaso. Therefore make sure see by the end of the year all internal auditors them. Therefore not submit them for submit them documents then the, because according to waiting Lara Telopia see, they say when the audits the jump go na another year, when it come the jump go na another year the cancer another year it can face conflict. You see, but now they when are the internal auditors then they get for make sure see they help they when are the external auditors them. When they come for car audits, that time they make sure see they meet whatever thing they feel see they don't do, and just they come and verify and just they come and check whether or not true. Yes. So now,
welcome to Salon for All and Voice for All Network Television. I am your host Khadija Tijanabi.
If nobody talks about you, you are nobody. If nobody chewing your bone, you are nobody. They will know everything about you more than you know yourself.
Mr. George Walkers, welcome.
They will talk.
Madam Maria Makroma, welcome. Mr. David Yamba, welcome. Mr. Jibrila Kamara, welcome. Mr. Abdul Conte, welcome. Madam Martha Bangura, welcome. Madam Amanatu Sanusi, welcome. Madam Yamata, welcome, Madam. Mr. Brimer, welcome. Please believe it. Madam Tene Conte, welcome. Madam Maria Makoma, welcome. Madam Matene Bangura, welcome. Mr. David Koma, welcome. Madam Abibatu Jalo, welcome. Mr. David Koma, welcome. Mr. Suleiman Diallo, welcome. Mr. Molai Mansari, welcome. Mr. David Koma, welcome. Mr. Suleiman Bangura, welcome. Mr. Molai M. Mansari, welcome. Madam Juliet T, welcome. Madam Abibatu Jallo, welcome. Mr. Islam, welcome. Madam Simone L, welcome. Madam Kun Kun M, welcome. Madam Habiba Rachel Kamara, welcome. Mr. T-Boy, welcome. Mr. David Koma, welcome once again. Mr. Alusain Caesar, welcome. Madam Salimatu Vincent, welcome. Mr. Medio Rollins, welcome. Madam Amy Tarawali, welcome. Madam Rugi Ivory Blue, welcome. Mr. Muhammad Ba, welcome. Mr. Dawson Koma, welcome. Mr. Prezo Song, welcome. J-Man. Okay, I think that's it. Anybody who I missed in the back? Back guy, now welcome.
You are nobody. Believe it, believe it, believe it, believe it. Anything they say about me.
Mr. Abdul Kambo, welcome. You're welcome, Mr. George Walker. Mr. Kamara, welcome. Thank you.
Anything they say about me, please believe it.
All right, so now we get to business. I think I know we can warm up small. So now we just remind ourselves of the ground rules. And are always welcome for come in later. Mr. Mansa K, welcome, sir. And always welcome for coming later for joining the dialogue. So I will start with a monologue. Mr. John Godon, welcome, sir. Welcome. Mr. Conte Usman, welcome. Madam Renata, welcome. Welcome, Madam. Madam Rama Korma, welcome. And please help me share far and wide, yeah? And then also, please, guys, I know say something they can hard for people that for understand the instruction. Some of in a way, no, it can faster for then I get them. But Mr. Sandy K, welcome, sir, welcome. I want to kindly go in now. I see a lot of like, but that like, if we can change them into the subscribe would be great. Kindly, and I try for go to we not just share on this live. As a matter of fact, I want to go to a YouTube page and kindly subscribe, like as soon as you can, please. While we do this live, it will be great, please, yeah. I can't share it now this, and then I just follow the link, please. And then I just it is taken out to the YouTube page. When it's taken out to the YouTube page, and I see something as in a form of like a bell for I will not ever do where you go say subscribe. So they press down this, so that they anytime will go through YouTube, because eventually things will change. And I will get notification right away. So please, I just don't share on this live. I'm sorry, I didn't hear me say the talk. Not share, I'm back. And please, not try for pin up for now, yeah. All right. Yes, I don't put them. And please, and please go follow the link like now as we talk, as we can discuss. And I go just kindly subscribe to a YouTube page. I think say Namio error in that area wherein I not be they kind of like share for the other people for notify other folks them. But eventually as we want to change things around, we go to sometime use that so that we not go miss out, yeah. Or maybe possible we're going to go through both. So but please subscribe, and I thank you in advance. I believe say some of you have been able to follow the instruction yesterday, and some don't already like. So now the status where we put on yesterday and gets already over 376 likes. But let's see if we've been convert that into a YouTube page, if we don't get that much. Somebody that already like, thank you so much. I just don't get a notification. Don't get one more like. So please, and I follow the link in a subscribe, yeah. Once again, and I welcome to Salon for All and Voice for All Network Television. I am your host, Khadija Tijan Nabi. Now we remind ourselves of we ground rules, and we team bind we together. We're not the green, white, and blue. You're okay to challenge me. You're all okay. It is okay for you to disagree with me as well. But let's do so with respect. And as in I know we know they allow profanity in this platform. We they always encourage national cohesion, oneness. We condemn anything when a violence. Yeah. So as this platform rightfully say, it is for us, by us, and it is not limited just to us, and every voice matter, yeah, not only me on here. Hence the reason why I can invest more time for bring people in together, as in whether it's exclusive interview or one-to-one debates, you understand, versus me doing this monologue. I believe say when we they come in together as one, we they learn from each other. Motamanoto, you know more young voice thing all the time. I don't want to be boring, but rather we share ideas, because from those debates, from those ideas, me self the learn. Hence the reason why I gear towards that a lot. A lot of people then can ask why you need to make audio or whatever the case may be. I love to be a good listener as well. I visit these various platforms, them hear the cry of Sierra Leoneans then, and as in I see lately, make them a priority for get that together. The folks that we can work with, when our graphic designer can able help me put them together for me, send out to them, put them together for now the government. If then they say this not a government where they listen, it will benefits them in the sense that they will able for listen, learn from the cry of Sierra Leoneans them, and able for correct the underlying issues them, the concerns them. That's the reason why I always make it a priority. Like I say, thank you guys so much. I don't begin to see a lot of subscribe. I don't get 2 more. Please do so. Continue to do so, please. And if you're not able to share to other folks too, it will be great. Yeah, I appreciate that so much. And this is what I've forbidden on to do. But again, everything we learn every day, right? Work in progress. Yeah. So anyhow. So like I say, because in a voice matter, because in a love in a country, because in a not for be looked as a inferior, but rather as an equal in the eyes of God. Hence the reason why we, if you guys' voice are being neglected, are being ignored, this platform will make it a priority for make sure say the government then the yeri in a cry. Yeah, we are not here to please Motamane left God, meaning that for now people then gear towards trying for presencing a government or a president or whoever, and then you the hot God, given the obvious of all what he see, then that is up to them. Everybody get the right for live their life how they want to. We're not here to judge, but we did make them very clear. And again, we're not to do things here out of malice, but out of fact. Yeah. The topic today, as in I see series of things that we want to talk on, one of which is, many they say the headache of Sierra Leone of APC and SLPP. So now they talk based on my own experience, my own interaction, my own things that I don't do to, and see the reaction of both political party supporters, and then are able for conclude. As early as yesterday, I did actually share another stuff where they say the thing was they say Tolombo, something Tolombo. I go read them, and all that Nebaka share them. The reaction I go explain to you in a later. So now we talk about few things, yeah. And excuse me, I did try for get rid of something. Now I'll talk about few things, yeah. Now we start first with you get a lot of people that we go consider as being double standard or as hypocrite. Yeah, because the people that we, when the then administration in they would frown about a lot of things. Yeah, they frown about a lot of things. They had so-called underlying issue. They had all kind of, excuse my language, very nasty things for say about one government official to another on a consistent base. Consistent. Everything will happen. They are the first. They are the vuvuzeller from one platform, then go gallivant from one platform to another. They make them their priority for spell the X, Y, and Z. And then when it comes to this administration, we don't already, they highlight them. We don't already know who those individuals are. Some may disagree with me, but we can say that in the case of, let's say, Mr. Kutubu, he has been true to himself in the sense that he got condemned the then administration, and then also with the CC back again now. now, it is still condemn some of the things them where it believes say not designed for bring any good out of that country. They, you understand? We don't also see changes them in the case of Mr. Lansana Sako too. We been there the other day. We also spell out the reality of what they go on at the ground. So those are the example of the one they were going to say, some of the one they were going to take out of the equation. Sierra Leoneans are not stupid. Sierra Leoneans are not dumb. You understand? But now we go to it, yeah? Let's continue to pray for our country. And not till we make Salon, not till we decide for become Sierra Leonean. And anybody, I can always say this, anybody where they try for divide whether by we tribes then now, whether by affiliation now, and the list goes on, or by we career path, or as in journalists now, and the list goes on. May God Almighty reward them by the intention and the behavior within they do. If then they do right, may God reward them with right. If then they do right, may it be between them and God. Yeah. So let me sincerely say, when we say APC and SLPP with anything in life, just like being a Sierra Leonean, you get good Sierra Leonean, you get Sierra Leoneans that are not so good. So even with a political party, whether it's APC or SLPP, you get people in there we go be good and we not go be so good, not so good. So now, my own concern and my observation in the case of the APC, the All People's Congress political party, I don't study the supporters them, but mind you, they are not perfect at all. They're getting shortcomings, yeah. But overall, these are individuals where I don't bring at this platform. In the example of the one they wouldn't put on in the quote unquote the category of being controversial, right? In the example of Mr. What's in my name? Oh God, Mr. Bangura. I don't can also Jibril Bangura, not to one term, not to two term, on behalf of Sierra Leoneans them. Questions that are critical for say, are you contributing to the stability of a nation? Do you mean any harm for a nation? These statements what you don't make, what's in your intention behind the statement? And the list goes on. Not at any time when it can at this platform, despite or regardless of the question presented to that man, he has never disrespected me on this platform. Nor ever cuss at me, and God na me witness, and not ever give them question prior to here. That's one example. Behind here, before we come live, where we don't set the first way God directs me, because it's not me, and I will take credit anything what I do, or credits belong to the Almighty God. When I create the Critical Thinking Talk Show forum, and all of them go attest this, yeah? Whether it's Mr. Lansana Sako, Mr. Mr. Kutubu, Koroma, the Sierra Leone People's Party representative. I've been getting like few of them there. And the list goes on. NGC, APC, C4C, the goal for bring we together. The person where I've been take out because the person Mr. Bill Gates, he call himself Bill Gates, when the representative for the Sierra Leone People's Party, and I've been convenient with the presence of Mr. Jibril. He look and say, well, for share materials na the platform and that blah blah blah. Say okay. I go and talk to Mr. Jibril. Again, the goal is for now we gear towards national cohesion. Not at any time that man feel bad. Not at any time he disrespect me. As a matter of fact, he even shy away from sharing the material. He did not. He respect that. As time they go on, the behavior become wearing. Bill Gates think that in better pass Mr. Jibril, where inking just can share any dump any kind of material. Nobody know for question him, but if for question me for question Mr. Jibril. So it gets to a point I say, you know, it's in and can get seen to God. We're all equal in the eyes of God. We are all Sierra Leoneans. If you think, say, your voice should be heard, you're doing the same thing. Then Mr. Jibril, not for Duam, then it become hypocritical, it become double standard, and then now can get problem with God. So from then on, and they all go attest to this. Up to this blessed day, each and every one of them, except the left day. As a matter of fact, there was one time where the then president, Dr. Ines Baikoma, a sister, I think, one of the family member, put a material there. That woman, I even may get forced for taken out. You understand me? So just this is all at the telling now, based on the experience, and now we underline the problems of Sierra Leone for now go sincerely find solution them for bring about a better salon. That woman up to this blessed day, not at any time he attack me, not at any time he cuss me, not at any time he frown against me. Yeah. So what I did then, for mere observation then, like I say, no one gets seen to God. I decided that all man do what in get for as long as they are not cursing, they are not talking about, say, violence for God forbid, go kill somebody or whatever the case may be. Mr. Lansana is there, Mr. Kutubu is there, everybody where they think of. You understand? Again, at the same time, like I say, now we all salon it belong to with nobody no better passing company. Yeah. So then in a one, come out padande. Now come back again to the example of the supporter of the Sierra Leone People's Party. Yeah. On this platform, we don't give many of them a chance. And when I bring Sierra Leone in here, we don't look at APC, SLPP, C4C. I look at them as Sierra Leonean. Sierra Leonean way happen to find themselves as a APC or as a SLPP, as a NGC and the C4C, and the list goes on. In a safe, now a living witness when in Kanayaso, from your observation, even the one when they say, oh, now Mr. Adebayo, this and that, instead all, I don't know if it's still in that form there, but there was one time during the month of Ramadan, I think he shared a material where I say, hey, bro, don't share this so like that. Never, attack me, say bad thing to me or whatever the case may be. Because again, now God that they serve, I'm not gonna left motor man, I'm not gonna left God, I can't try for please motor man. Yeah, so not at any time it cost me or attack me because my intention is see behind my intention the holy month of Ramadan, and the list goes on. Since then, the only thing I go say is that ever share a material from then. So I don't give all this example. Yeah. I will give credit again to Mr. Lansana Sako and Mr. Kutubu. There have been time in the past where I even challenged them, say, hey, through audio for say, no, not for do this, no for do that. There was a time where Mr. Kutubu make a mistake. I believe say Motama, we all not perfect. He come back publicly and apologize. We make that mistake there wherein he had a heated argument with a female where he used certain words then, I believe say regret later. I make an audio publicly, and even after that, not as in, I think as recent as last year May, where I say, hey, Mr. Kutubu, you can't talk on national cohesion, where you go back and you go take a different audio puller out there. Not at any time as in I can see it's still a canal, so we get healthy debate and the list goes on. So these people, I give them credit. But there are certain set of folks and majority, like I say, I have never had that experience where I get attacked for say verbally cost me by Mr. Lansana, Mr. Kutubu, or any of the All People's Congress supporters them. Whether it's here and I don't see again, even when like Mr. 91, where they vie for a position within a political party, I don't bring an answer, I don't ask some critical questions them. Never at any time it disrespect me or it take things personal. But now my experience with the Sierra Leone People's Party, And this is all is things that I go through on a if not a daily basis, but majority of the time. Like again, at the example yesterday, where they made it say something about Tolombo English or something like that. And I'll be a fun audio, something I will play on later. Now share that one of a mix, very nice platform where they call Plaza Zero, where many people then we can go there, we engage or whatnot, even though Mina is more of an observer because of given the obvious of the nature of what I do, I can like for observe more, and when time permits, once in a while I engage. So it was so funny. My other half sharing with me, so I've been just a laugh. It was so funny. So now I say, what? I just can share this material. Now this plaza. Not at any time, no any time, a supporter from the All People's Congress attacked me, because the heading alone, it was like a joke against a supporter or a member of the All People's Congress. It was deliberately done, even though at later on I can't find out saying a true story. I've been facing a fun audio. But not at any time they attack me. Now the other day, I did another forum where it just consists of majority of the Sierra Leone People's Party. It's sad, we country. We get for continue for pray. And God na me witness. Them stickers they wouldn't put around. Come across one sticker, how I mistakenly put them where it says something about SLPP. When I said let it rain, but I just ignored, because again, when you preach peace and you go now for gear towards national cohesion, you get for be that bigger person and just ignore. There was a lot of nasty things said to me. So and I see the other day. Now I give another example. This not to the first time, not to the second time. The only thing where I see we're sad is that with Sierra Leoneans them, and then God help them, and then get a mind of their own. Then they know say they serve more time but now God then they serve. When then they get the officials then back home, they tell SLPP members that they not honor invitation at this platform. May God Almighty reward them by their intention, by their action. If not good, they mean. May God give them good. If not bad, then it be between them and God. But what I see about the All People's Congress supporters, in I go and do all these findings while they talk, I don't observe. We country sorry. The All People's Congress political party members then, whether not officials then go na AYV, then go Canada this platform, then go na Baba Shekin platform, then go na everywhere where they interview them, invite them. As a matter of fact, as soon as me fly come out the other day, me and Pasheki Billy gets a dialogue where he say Baba Shek call for invite time as soon as he see the flyer. So that says volume about the members and the supporters of the All People's Congress. And I God bless them with the fact that then they choose whether an AYV, and in the example of Mr. Mr. Ba, where I want to talk about too. Mr. Ba go na 98.1, they go na other different before anybody they know Mr. Ba, and I see with very first interview. I was with humility, we na the very first platform where we host them a year ago in May, almost a year ago in May of 2020. When I visit this SLPP WhatsApp forum or the mixed floor forum, it's so sad that we are so wicked to itself. If in they say in they fight corruption, in I want fight, no, we kill corruption, whether it's the past administration, the current and the future. Now this man not taking time. In I say I want evidence, it don't give authentic evidence. You understand me? Then they go, then they attack the man to the point that they become personal. Say get HIV is sad. They get HIV, get this and that. And you just see the hypocritical part people them. And I say, and I want to then disgrace the then president or in administration. But when this obvious happen, we all, not just words, but it take in time, it presents the authentic evidence. Instead of we as so-called journalists or whatever we call ourselves or presenter, we bring the man and ask a critical question for now get more detail and clarity. Instead, with a question in credibility. That is what I just see into this year. Now God help we. We're divided. So again, based on mere observation, it is fact. It's not an opinion and inner watch for inner self. All the APC people, the big one, meaning that's the one that we don't all position them back home. They invite them at AYVT, then they go. They invite them at 98.1 and they go. Khadija invites them at so then they come. Any other SLPP platform them, like what I don't name, then they go there. Because they know say at the end of the day, green, white, and blue now in bind we together. They know say also, and me personally, I am not here like I say, and they please mortal man and left God. When you come here, I will challenge you. Whether you APC, SLPP, C4C, I will challenge you. On behalf of Sierra Leoneans. It's not about me, but about us. And I do not care about the small portion where they say Sierra Leone is good, the grown sweet, Salon this and that, because of the benefits or because of their affiliation. I care more about the masses. When we see more improvement, then we can celebrate. For the one day where they say kudos, for say, oh, the presidents give money to Sierra Leoneans, then fine. But remember that now with money in the coffer where the president use for now give Sierra Leoneans stuff. So that money they belong to them. And if this allegation all is reality, some they say now no use the word allegation still because the obvious is there. But I will continue to use it as allegation. Yeah? If it's true, then all the money then they forbidden benefit countless Sierra Leoneans them, where they help towards alleviating poverty. So it is sad, it is shameful, and God Almighty we bring we together. Ain't go decide to any of them politicians they are so, where they do them ugly things there. They divide we nation. They divide Sierra Leoneans them. They not get any good advice within the advice. I got sorry for we. And everything what they say, they play authentic evidence then for in a yeri for in a safe. Because one remain credible. And I observe. You can only go to a platform where you believe, say, unfortunately, as the presenter they talk, or the journalist they talk, then they literally, indirectly or directly disrespect the person. They want shut them up. They want just present what they want present. They don't want no challenging question. If the question is presented, then they ignore. But wherein we are here to question you, first of all, I come now at home, we tell me, we teach me and instill in me within I respect. So I respect every human being. We will never disrespect anybody here, but we will challenge you in the sense that not challenge, but challenging question for now you answer on behalf of Sierra Leoneans them. So if you are not able to come, you do not believe that you're capable and able, as that of the supporter of the All People's Congress, we're ready for face anything where they can meet now. So I not believe say for they in the position for say not go to that platform. And it's the same thing. I get a special show we go come, God willing, if not next week, the following week. Now explain to you now the detail about how this current administration they play with the youth them of Sierra Leone, specifically the soldier team youth. Specifically the soldier team youth. And when I want to talk, I want to make sure say I back them up with authentic evidence. So I'm not going to take away from this show and they give us a separate show just for that day. It is sad. For argument's sake, it is fact that no administration is perfect. It is sad that maybe sometimes people that may don't hide under the disguise, like for say they're not being prejudice. Prejudice not only mean as in black and whites. When even you have a preconceived notion about a person, the idea for say, oh yes, Khadija, it just they can't ask you this question or X, Y, and Z. That's all part of prejudice. So if even in the past, within the Dr. Ines Bicoma administration, from waiting we don't they understand, say, there are a set of people then they were in being how you call them, it being give job where they undermine them. Some they even allege say some of the fund where them be they get, then they take them back again for prepare themselves or details them for let them come into power. But that is within them and God. So if even they not be exposed themselves to that extent, you understand me? It is clear and it is obvious now that things are getting out of hands based on how much we are divided as a nation. Call it what you want to call it. You can be in denial, but the obvious is there. The other thing I notice, you will see that the supporter or the member of the All People's Congress, it will engage in debate. Sometimes it will start with provocation, but then we see in the engagement when we don't get, someone else will tell me otherwise. The hearts of the supporter of the Sierra Leone People's Party, when we try for highlight things them, we for help the government for net with the do better by Sierra Leone. The hearts they wham and the quick it result to cost and name calling. It is sad, it is unfortunate. I am not saying that this also not happen with the All People's Congress. That is not the case. But the percentage, you understand, where it happen within the Sierra Leone People's Party, especially with me as an individual with the experience I don't get. I don't go behind the scene. I don't talk to an SLPP person for say, hey, no, work towards national cohesion. The same thing with the All People's Congress. I will get a better, or should I say 100% positive feedback from an APC person. But because of the preconceived notions, sometimes some of this, as no matter how, that's why you can never try, not ever gear towards pleasing mortal man and left God. It will always be about God and with conscience. It is always negative. It's always, oh, this and that. Oh, this and that. I hate her so, this and that. How can you hate me when you don't even know me as an individual? How can you hate me for speaking on things that are supposed to be beneficial to we? What it make you believe say you better than the supporter or the All People's Congress members them wearing when in have been there in opposition, it is okay for you to speak on things that are affecting our country. For now you see that the then president do right by Sierra Leone and Sierra Leoneans. The same thing now they are doing now as an opposition, then it's like we cannot we're not able to handle them. When Ina they say that, then present to Ina say, Ina not ever see evidence physically made available to Ina. With this administration say, now this, that person thief, now that administration X, Y, and Z. But yet still Ina be the chair up say, then for go take it down there, go put in a jail and this and that. But when the obvious evidence is there presented to the general public, having to do with the alleged embezzlement with the first lady, and they still come back again and they try for defend. So how we continue to go before? How can you tell me that your intention for Sierra Leone is in place? How can you convince me that you're a patriotic Sierra Leonean versus a partisan? I think this will be the defining moment. And you see a lot of wonderful member of the Sierra Leone People's Party where they gear towards the good one them, we go gear towards national cohesion and they say no, this they don't pass smack. But the other one them where maybe they gear towards and you don't hear it for in a safe. Then they gear towards their self-interest. They want to gain something. They get so angry when you speak on the relevant issue if affecting the country. So how we go able for better we self? We see when we talk about being an hypocrite, we see the chief minister. If we start with the 1% from the time where they talk about the then administration, which I will play shortly, what they say and how did they go about for tackle this cancer. A cancer we design for destroy the lives of Sierra Leoneans them. We design for take from the poor people them. We design not for help for develop with nation and its citizen. So the same energy where you take, you believe say you want embarrass, you want put down the then administration them. How come you can still be that tough and come out and still call things by their name? But now it is beyond maybe even we on eyes now. Because when people like myself, we take our time, we highlight things on the good faith. You understand? It's like it's irrelevant to you guys. But when it gets to the platform of the BBC and the Al Jazeera, and the list goes on, then you know say now what I don't pass Gary. Not until we are able to respect ourselves, we value ourselves as human being and as a nation, as citizen of that soil. Not until when we understand that the voice of Khadija should be equal or even superior as that of even more than that of somebody where they outside where it be saying a BBC. Not until then could be the beginning of a better Mama Salon. Not until in a look at that Mamina Congo markets as equal to in a position and in a title and in a respect them and a treat them with dignity and class and sincerely as that of Inayon picking them, not until then will be the beginning of a better Mama Salon. Just like I share here before a video where a pastor they say, when you get a minister where they work, as in the example of Mr. David Shenge, education minister, not until we see that Mr. Shenge share the same classroom as that of that picking a Congo markets, public classroom, not until then will be the beginning of a better Mama Salon. Not until when we see that the First Lady, Mrs. B.O., instead go deliver in Peking a cottage or connaught. Not until then go be the beginning of a better healthcare system. Not until when we stop the hypocritical, we hide behind with mask. They put with finger against the then administration instead of putting with finger inwards, within in a circle, and identify the thieves, the mismanagement, the misappropriation, the embezzlement. Not until then will be the beginning of a better Mama Salon. Not until when you see that this platform is designed by us for us to help us, then and then only will be the beginning of a better Mama Salon. Until then, we will continue for do the work where God don't ordain. So now I want now we go and revisit the statement of we chief minister, and then when they come back, yeah, we'll get so many things in for discuss. Now start with that first.
Your Excellency, now let me turn to the findings of the report. We found that at the time of assuming office as president on the 4th of April 2018, Sierra Leone was in a state of near financial bankruptcy. and facing the worst economic crisis since independence in 1961. We have produced the evidence in this report to support this claim. Your Excellency, we found that at the time you assumed office, the international reputation and credibility of Sierra Leone was battered and at its lowest ebb because of the rampant corruption, gross mismanagement, and leadership failure of the former APC government, making Sierra Leone the most corrupt country in the world and one of the poorest. Also, Your Excellency, we found a shocking level of complete disregard and disrespect by the former APC government for law and order, democratic accountability, and constitutional order. We found, Your Excellency, that the leadership of the former APC government behaved as if they were above the law and appropriated the state and its natural resources as their own private property. They signed contracts with mining companies and approved by the APC-dominated parliaments in which mining companies were permitted not to pay any taxes to the country in return for bribes. We have documented, page by page, the scale and level of the egregious infractions by the leadership of the former APC government. Based on these findings, the governance transition team has put forward 10 key recommendations for your consideration and action. The two imperative recommendations are, Your Excellency. Firstly, that you consider to immediately direct the Audit Service Sierra Leone to undertake a special audit of all ministries, departments, and agencies to establish how public assets and funds have been utilized by the former APC government. Secondly, and most importantly, that you consider to immediately institute a judge-led commission of inquiry with a limited time frame and mandate to look into all stolen or inappropriately converted state funds and other assets by former APC officials. The primary objective must be to investigate, prosecute, and if found guilty of corruption, must be made to pay back to the state all corrupt funds and to face long prison sentences. Your Excellency, the governance transition team further recommends that all those named in this report for alleged corruption-related activities are to be treated as suspects and must not travel out of the jurisdiction of Sierra Leone without an approved travel certificate from the Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Finally, Your Excellency, the governance transition team strongly advocates for accountability by public officers and recommend that all those investigated by the special audit and the judge-led commission of inquiry and if found guilty must face the full force of the law and there must be no sacred cows.
I've just received a copy of the report which has been long awaited. There has been a lot of impatience on the part of the people of this country to receive or have this report. But first, I want to thank the chairman and every other member of the committee for putting so much effort into producing this. Let me say this. This is just a report, a scooping exercise, a snapshot of what we made and what we inherited. As to what we have to do, we will consider the recommendations to have been made. But I want to say this clearly, that we have to draw the line on corruption in this country. We have to fight corruption, and it is a fight that we must win. And it is a fight that we must fight together in order to win. I know corruption is going to fight back, but we are on the better side of history. So I encourage all Sierra Leoneans to join me to fight corruption. This is just the beginning. As you might have learned, ending corruption or reducing corruption to the minimum is not just a governance issue. It is actually an existential issue because of the level and scale of corruption in this country. If we do not fight and win the fight against corruption, we are preparing this nation for another problem that will take us down. Corruption is at a level that can destroy this nation. I consider the level of corruption that we have met as a national security issue. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to have this report. Now we will find a way to we will find the means to chart the way forward as to what we are going to do.
And welcome back, Mr. James Fofana. Interesting. Thank you so much. Thank you for your kind words. At least you know say I need sleep, because that's what I can say. But anyhow, then we get back to, excuse me, I didn't hear myself back. Sorry. Now get back to that. And I help me here. I always say that what we say is one thing, having the fairness of God is another thing. Now we connect with words to reality. That's when we know say you mean business, yeah? When we hear the words are so sweet and promises are so sweet, but connect that intention. As Islam, Allah say, you're going to be judged by your intention, yeah? And you will be rewarded by your intention. Is the intention really to fight corruption? Now we ask ourselves as Sierra Leoneans. Is the intention really behind fighting corruption, or is the intention behind disgrace other Sierra Leoneans then where we don't hold public office, or in effort for the world see them as criminals, as the worst? The language, the words, the choice of words, the deliberate choice of words by the chief minister was so strong. And I will forever respect him if he can come out now and do the same thing and condemn and also address us on the alleged 1.5 million and all these other findings that are coming out. If you can use those strong words or even stronger words at this current time, given the obvious that you belong to the Sierra Leone People's Party and you're in this administration, you will forever be respected by countless Sierra Leonean, not only myself. You talk about disrespect or complete disregard or for our constitution, abuse of power, people are above the law. That is exactly what we see now with this administration. If First Lady is not above the law, how come she has not faced the same humiliation as that of the then president, Dr. Ines Baikorma, who happens to have the highest job that a nation can offer? First Lady was not elected by Sierra Leonean. I always say that she found herself there as quote unquote default. She happened to be married to the head of our sitting president. Now, it is different from being elected as that of the then president. But unfortunately, he also had to face critical questions by the the ACC boss. Now, I get mixed feelings, Sierra Leone, about the ACC boss. I really do. I feel sorry for him because, one, I know say some of you are going to disagree with me. I feel sorry for him because he's young. I believe that with all the years the way don't invest for educating himself, he don't get his own law firm, regardless of even putting yourself in an administration where go bring down your credibility, your integrity, your trust, your respect. I forbid don't even say he rather move forward within career path if he was not able to stay true to the words as the Renaissance man where I can refer to. I feel sorry for him because, like I say, he's young. He don't invest years for educating himself. If I don't be a productive citizen as one of the future leader of that country. I also feel sorry for him because, given the obvious of African politics, possibility could be that he go and do right, but he find himself in hot water. He's compromised. How can he do right? Maybe there will be threats for him. Whatever the case may be. So that is why I feel so sorry for him. But at the same time, again, I don't know. Maybe he can quit before things get out of hands and still able for pick up the pieces and run. Or maybe they don't go want to quit. So I don't know. That's the mixed feeling I get. And I want to conclude on them. But waiting and hold I'm responsible, like what we share, we celebrate in Batten at this platform. The flyers say, we they wish you happy birthday, but remember for do right by Sierra Leoneans. It's a reminder for say, waiting you don't start. You don't say that. If the intention again, if it's in place, if it's the intention good, you really mean for say you want to bring about a better Mama Salon through shying away from corruption or holding those that are so quote unquote corrupt, hold them to account, then my dear, you should have done the same thing when it came to no longer an allegation, but the facts, the authentic evidence provided for you. You understand? Those were strong words, and we are still patiently waiting. If you can have the audacity and the courage and human rights violation for take we, the people that after God, where they make the doctor, the journalist, the lawyer, you put them at concentrate, embarrass them, humiliate them, suffer them in that hot burning sun. Many will look at it. Are you still able to wear the same pants, zip it up, and then call Mrs. Fatima Bio to cutting tree and put in Hannah and cough and ask him for answer the question to Sierra Leonean? If you're not able to do that, you don't get the courage, then wait to make you think that people picking them where God don't choose them, way after God, now then they make we, in the sense that now then they educate we, for now we able for whether it's speaking to the public, whether it's being a doctor, being a lawyer, and the list goes on. Wait to make you believe, say, Mrs. Fatima Bayo better pass than people than they. When you put yourself in a situation where it become conflict of interest, I call it dead on arrival. Right there and right there, you don't compromise yourself. You don't put yourself in a position wherein you can never be right. Right in the sense that you're not able to execute your position to the best of your ability, which is the ability of pleasing Sierra Leone and Sierra Leoneans. You're not there to please Mrs. Bio, neither are you there to please President Bio. But unfortunately, because of how the continent, but we they focus on Sierra Leone, is designed, now in they cause this issue. We're in hot water. Again, this will be the defining moment. So again, we come here again and say, for those vuvuzelas gallivanting from one platform to another, I am not saying for you now to invite people that are in a platform for them talk on in our behalf. I want them in a still use the mouth, that energy way in a they use for educate Sierra Leoneans them or deceive Sierra Leoneans them. Because in a be wanting a political party for calm na power, because the interests of Sierra Leone and Sierra Leoneans were not in an interest or important to ina. I want to use that same mots and condemn each and every one of them as in the respect and the great example of Mr. Kutubu Koroma, as waiting Mr. Lansana Sakode do. That's what you call the example of a patriotic Sierra Leonean. Again, I come back with the example of the then administration, which we non-profit United for Salon. As we visit, I don't repeat and 10 times now, so and I will continue for repeat because I want to talk with experience and with observation and bring me findings and together before I facing her through the grace of God. At that administration, where they will go see them people then and get them concerned with the disseminator all over from Facebook to WhatsApp and the list goes on. Never and not get caught in attack. When you do it here, they say you do propaganda. Shame on us as Sierra Leonean. Specifically, the diehard partisan supporter of the Sierra Leone People's Party. We don't want to see good for our country. We don't see the example of Mr. Austin Johnny with Lipa me say, me go pay the handicap them for let them go and give public submission for say they me slap one of them face by Mr. Lawrence Lima. That was when I really know say politics they play, and they play in a dangerous way. Waiting good me they get out of for go pay somebody for go lie. Where you know get the fairness from God say, then people then they are not able, they're limited, they are able, but they're limited as to waiting and go do. If you not get forgiven, all I can do is not respect them. So we condemn that act. I did an emergency interview because we don't want to come and conclude without to not get them from the horse's their mouth. Shortly after, because the word and the news go out there, Mr. Austin Johnny would desperately they look for opposition within the Sierra Leone People's Party. It decides say the only way we go please the president, government officials, now for do that. It is so sad now on this administration. And I want to do usai the wrong day and let me know if there's any authentic evidence of the then administration when I see minister, an elected minister, they call an SLPP member name and please let me know. I listened to an audio where we sitting minister Mr. Lawrence Lima and they get a conversation or waiting and call interview with the man where they call himself Gentle, the political hot goose, Yugosami, Nyaka or whatever the case may be. He used the word saying, then Tolombo Panbogdi gate, something like that. The same word where Mr. Hot Goose they use. How can you, like how some people then will say, you cannot be a man in suit gangster, whatever the case may be. When they don't assign you as sensitive as that of that position, you are supposed to leave an example, a life of as an example for that young man at Kogo Market. If even you were once a gangster, quote unquote, now God don't pull you above that. So now you want to live your life wherein you leave as an example where that young picking at Congo Market go learn from. And your choice of words should be sensitive. It should gear towards national cohesion versus partisan. So Ina tell me the APC or the NGC parliamentarian who don't use such word when they address the opposition members, as in calling them X, Y, and Z. But we don't see in this administration. Then they call people them Tolombo as well. Then they on the same. Then get Tolombo, get Papa. That's fine. When they call them say terrorists, then you call down a pan body gates. Then you wait for correct that man. But rather you say the right person will go walk with you because they speak the same language. It is scary. I do not believe, and that's another mixed feeling I get about this man, Mr. Lyle Lawrence Limer. I do believe that he is so intelligent when they talk in delivery, sometimes the way they do interview. But the choice of words, if only it can stay calm, it take the anger out of him. He address people as Sierra Leonean, not look at people as APC or SLPP. He pray, try for change things around. The mistake we don't make, he repent, ask Sierra Leonean for forgiveness, and look at in party represents the Sierra Leone People's Party as in the example of that of the old-fashioned way, the way how it been begin. And if even there's any negativity as to how it been begin, learn from the negativity, drop it, take the positive and move forward with that and bless yourself and bless the nation with that. I do believe that the knowledge where you get, you understand, if you take out the Amani gangster out of it, I believe say it go be fine. It go fine. I do not believe that you for engage any Sierra Leonean, even within your own political party, where then they go in, you make praises to Miss Memuna to rappel, Otgoose. So these are all individuals that waited on. Unfortunately, they don't say words them we're not necessarily geared towards national cohesion. Miss Memuna go pull her again out of the equation small because there are time where himself can come out and speak things and he look at on a patriotic point of view versus partisan. But if you think, say, that in a way when you use a name for praise for that it continue in a route way go be beneficial to the political party instead of the country, then you must think twice. Yeah, Mr. Asanture, great concern. That is exactly what they try for address here. So now we as Sierra Leonean, we look at a lot of things then where we see now as double standard. A lot. The obvious is there, another in hiding. And again, I want to share some of them concern there. But before I share, make I bring back again to memory lane. With ACC boss, I call him the Renaissance man. The choice of words was in place. It was great. It was in an effort for the international world to look at the then administration as garbage. But then when they find themselves within that same equation, they become hypocritical. You ask Sierra Leonean to go out and exercise their right to protest, peaceful protest. But within this administration, Sierra Leoneans have no right. These are things that I believe the president, given the obvious word, don't come out. I don't say this before and I'll say it again. This is the time again. If you want Bintumani 4, you for column or Bintumani 10. But not to the meeting at the thing. Again, the intention. If the intention is good, you will succeed. And I do believe when you call this meeting, you get for ask for forgiveness and you for do it publicly too. Because at the end of the day, we are brothers and sisters. You understand? The reason being, if you are not able to address this in a family way business, President Bio, it will come back and haunt you and everyone where they near you, where it go right unfortunate and it go be a shame. So I do believe that because we are people of forgiving people, I believe say it is smart that you do it sooner than later. It will only be wise that we get the ego out of the equation. We understand against a power only belong to God Almighty, and in the decide for choose Udaiwangi small. Based on how you use that power, it will be beneficial to you or it will come back again and haunt you in a bad way. I think the time is now. The time is now before WhatsApp pass, Gary pass out, you don't pass. Given the obvious of waiting on day out there of your wife, waiting on day out there of members of your administration, including yourself. The minute when at that time, I don't tell what they do this in terms of the activity of with their first lady. The minute where we platform pull and say, suffer posh, angry boku, but you say, sorry, you say you go na honeymoon pa angry boku saga, suffer posh. Once we pull down, they will get that thing there. Now we'll get the reaction at that time when Mr. Umaru Fofana himself be report on it on BBC. The obvious is there. All that you have preached about against the then administration is right now in your face, in your living room. So the only way where you go able for change this, for now you will get small collapse, respect, and then things not can bite you, pass out, it go bite you tomorrow, pass out, it go ever bite the other administration. I do believe now for tackle now, call them. If you know and do a Bintumani 10, Bintumani 4, call them. A phone call away, or you go meet whether you get for meet, whether it's not secret meeting. Then from there you do another one publicly, as in public. What I mean, you send out a memo say, a release say you get for meet with all political party or the main opposition. You try for see how and are they able for tackle this issue. Trust me, President Bio, what I don't pass Gary. Not make now a poto to the end, to the point now where it go bad off pass how it don't day. And then you try for remove the witch hunt, face the reality, accept. Even this man where they taking time, they bring all this evidence, and I talk to them fine, then I see how and I go able for tackle this issue. Usai the mistake don't happen, then I go further, because now if this man don't get say 20 years of document, there's no way somebody go try for manipulate any documents where Ingo don't get in hand. So I shall say if there was critical underlying concern as that of waiting it presents so of this administration, I believe say go get an hand, or if we don't present it as well for the world for see. So I do believe that this corruption is more against you. It's more against you at this point. So I want to tackle them. Tackle them at this point as a family. Tackle them at this point as a family. Just me humble submission. With a come, with a listen to memory down, trip down memory lane with SCC boss. Then from there now, with a come and analyze some of me own experience and the audios them where I want in a hear the conversation or from both hands, from the APC and the SLPP, how then they engage with each other and then different forums there. Well, they come right back.
Good morning, compatriots. My name is Francis Ben Kaifala and I am Renaissance. The Sierra Leone Renaissance movement has called on fellow Sierra Leoneans to wear black on Monday. We call it Black Monday. It's a Monday where we are supposed to show our dissatisfaction at the way the country has been run. Since independence to date, the Sierra Leonean has had a life that is less than what we would desire. We wake up in the morning worrying about the basic things that the rest of the world has forgotten. We worry about electricity, we worry about water supply, we worry about food, we even worry about security. Successive governments have failed us. This is the time for the Sierra Leonean to refuse to accept less and request more. We have to show our leaders that poverty is not a way of life. It is something which is man-made, and men all over the world have fought to change it. In Sierra Leone, it seems things cannot get better. Why? Why do people vote governments? Governments are voted to make the lives of their people better. If they cannot make their lives better, then that is a failure of social contract. And when there is a failure of social contract, the counterparties, in this case, who are the people, need to demand from their governments that what is done is not what was agreed. We have to stand up for what we believe in. We cannot reject, we cannot accept this way of life. We have to reject it. In recent times, the economy has been destroyed. Inflation is galloping. The dollar has moved from 4,300 leones in 2013 to 7,300 leones in 2016. Inflation is something around 12.5%. Few days ago, even fuel, which underscores the basic movement of people to engage in economic activity, has moved from 3,750 leones to 6,000 leones. Why? How do they expect people to live? That is why we in the Renaissance movement are calling on Sierra Leoneans to wear black. The black is to show that the colors that have led us have failed us. Now in Sierra Leone, black is the new red. We are not ready to accept less. I thank you.
And I welcome back. So like how they say, from time to time, now we start with the good first, then we run down now, how they can say run down to the to the more critical areas. And I don't see for in ourselves when they say anything else, so where we're not able for back up with statements, and I don't see this, it don't become redundant now this platform having to do with the ACC boss. By then he was in opposition, and now that he's not. Again, like I say, I get a mixed feeling. I do feel sorry for him as well, equally so as that of the first lady. I get mixed feeling for him. I really did sorry for him. The fact that we have taken our time, we have highlighted some significant points them where I do believe say could have been a blessing for her. I do believe that taking one try for change some of the ways, and then he back up again and do the unfortunate. So again, I am glad now that at least you don't keep calm. And I believe say we don't make that recommendation here, not once, not twice, that it need a PR team or at least somebody we go able for guide them, provided that instead one take guide them prior to her coming out, whether it's making speech or writing on a wall. So for now, that it don't take a chill pill, I do believe that will be beneficial for him, and I hope he will continue that way. Now, the first one where I want play, I give Mr. DJ Force, the SLPP DJ, credit at that time. It do sincerely. And this all not be about the accountability, the credibility. Immediately, unfortunately, this is again where I say this administration is not doing good by the youth. This administration is not doing good by the young man they are so for use the head say, no can Khadija and show, why if I don't talk so? We go back, go pull out that statements. But mind you, these statements come from the heart, the concern come from the heart, hence the reason why God lead them for not make them publicly. And we are good with keeping documents for later on. Because when you see the evidence, there's no way you could deny and say, I did not say that. Or Khadija made that up. No. You said it. You made it available for the public. Yeah, just like I always say that when the first lady vacates from that office as per default by her husband, then we have no business with her. The only thing is that maybe if they decide for say, if this pa right now not take control and try for tackle thing as a family type of thing within the in country with the main opposition, then if you not take and get out of hands, of course, maybe they go get for call and question them, and it go be at a disadvantage and disgrace and problem for him and his husband. So with the hope again, as we can do things here out of good place, now we had. Now the presidents listen. They say, talk and do and listen, president. We need to see say that word and they connect. If you dey listen, just like how me they take out upon myself, and they go na one platform and they listen to the cry of Sierra Leoneans, and they make available na your soul. For now you listen to the pain in effort, for now you find the solution, or you try for bridging the gap, or you try for find the correct puzzle, for now you go succeed. But yet you need to see that, you dey see and say, oh yes, now anti-government. Nothing worse than that friend was so-called like you. It is see you, tell you they drown. It they continue for say, well, if I'm born a cactit man. And then they drown or nothing, no they do. Until you drown, they'll say, but that man ain't not be they listen anyway. It like could be tell enough for be listen to it. So you foretell the Almighty God, thank you that you get platform like this, where you go able for sit down and hear the cry and the pain of Sierra Leoneans. So now we listen to Mr. DJ Foss, the SLPP DJ, a strong voice within the Silent People's Party. Now, mind you, after this live, where obviously Mr. DJ Foss go down listen, or the government officials then go down listen, they will say, yes, so we don't tell you so enough for the pull audio like that. Then it go back again, unfortunately, for go pull audio for please them. We don't see those type of garbage. Like I say, we are going to address the youth them next week, by the grace of God. It's sad. Now listen to Mr. DJ Foss.
Fellow Sierra Leoneans, me na DJ Foss, the SLPP DJ. Today, I want to draw the attention of Sierra Leoneans, both internal and external, on the parliamentary saga where we all see happen between Tawa and Rado Soye. Fellow Sierra Leoneans, before I go further, today I want for draw the attention of Sierra Leoneans for saying the new direction. We need for pay attention. We need for put the country first.
Don't you guys love that? When they go small, and now we they analyze together. I love that. That is a patriotic approach. Now we continue.
But fellow Sierra Leoneans, today I want for tell in a say when they appoint Rado Soye as Minister of Communication and Information in the Republic of Sierra Leone, now Parliament we get for approval. And if we take oaths before Parliament say it will work in the interest of the country and the people, failing for understand that when they call on for let it can in the House of Parliament for can explain about SANCAP, a performance and not be go down well with the people in the Republic of Sierra Leone. Fellow Sierra Leonean, now Parliament they represent everybody. Now Parliament get the responsibility for acts, ministers, government appointees, for everyday activities which they do. But now we all go back and look into the information and how the Minister of Communication and Information will respond to the House of Parliament, not only to Tawa, but to the country people. This also not be go down well with Sierra Leoneans
around the world, both internal and external. But if today the House of Parliament don't stand very strong, for me, they will able call upon Minister of Communication and Information for can explain about Slpp, where the minister feels say that is also offensive to him. Then I want for tell Sierra Leoneans, they both internal and external for say Rado Soare not let we down. You know, capable another office day. Because if fail for can explain in the House of Parliament or to the House of Parliament about what the Slpp stand for and how the contract will go and how which development where Slpp don't bring come for Sierra Leoneans and where the president they don't clearly inform the House of Parliament and the people of Sierra Leone for say Slpp is doing well, is doing greater job and is making money, is making profit in Sierra Leone. Then the Minister of Information and Communication denied for give clear evidence, information in the House of Parliament where that don't show say is not capable to be in that office. And based on that, because if fail for express insight, then all the people where they for look into transparency and accountability in the House of Parliament, they all resign with their leader, where this is a very big blow to Sierra Leoneans. This is a very big blow on the new direction. If today people they cover them, when we DJ first, they take off the blanket. Fellow Sierra Leoneans, today, when allow me explain a little bit of the role of responsibility of Parliament in the Republic of Sierra Leone, where Parliament is there primarily to make laws and also there for provide oversight on government ministry, department and agency, MDAS. This means Parliament now get the power for make it go into any MDA like fisheries, ministry, NASIT, NRA, SLRA, etc., etc. Now Parliament in responsibility for go and check the areas the way I don't name to now. Places like ministries, departments, agencies, MDAS. This means Parliament has the power to go into any MDA like fisheries, ministries, NASIT, NRA, SLRA, etc., etc. And they get right for demand for the document them. We go green minister doing a greater job. We go show say if these ministers or ministry they do well or are inefficient or are engaged in corruption. Nine Parliament they try for do in the Ministry of Information and Communication. Then Parliament can recommend a legal authority to take action on those MDAS funding rating. Fellow Sierra Leonean, since the Minister of Information and Communication not be able to tell or not be able to give proper information to the House of Parliament, where that don't show say there is massive corruption going into that ministry and they are just there enriching themselves. For that reason, I will continue for let people that actually know the role of Parliament, when the ministers that say they are more powerful than the House of Parliament. Any minister where you think say you feel say your ministry is very powerful more than the House of Parliament, then you are making a big mistake. And anything that happens to you, you blame yourself. I further go on with the information. Parliament can also privatize sectors like Sierra Leone Brewery, Macquarie betting companies, where their business impinge on the rights of the citizens or are not giving adequate services. Parliament get right for check all the ministry if we no dey give adequate services to the country. Now only Parliament get right for check the ministries and they at affordable cost. Parliament can take questions, actions of person or group. Now in the House of Parliament try for put together for call upon the Minister of Information and Communication for make you can explain about SARCAP, how they perform and how they want for develop the internet sector or what they get for provide for the Sierra Leoneans. But we Minister of Communication and Information, Rado Swale, not be able to express himself before the House of Parliament. And I will call upon members of Parliament for impeach Rado Swale as you know clearly show for say you know capable for handle that department day, that ministry day, therefore impeach her. That is the responsibility of Parliament. Failing to do that, we are crippling the new direction, fellow Sierra Leoneans. Me and DJ Fox, the SLPP DJ, I will go over the work of Parliament again because since President Bio don't appoint Tara for let a stand in the House of Parliament for CCA accountability and transparency take place in the House of Parliament and in the Republic of Sierra Leone, ministers they don't begin to say they are now more powerful than the House of Parliament. Everybody will see say the way the Minister of Communication and Information will handle the mic in the House of Parliament for making you respond to them. That also may be a new way for address Parliament. These are the people where the new direction don't take responsibility for let them go work for the interest of the country, but they don't take the office above the president who will get. They don't take the duty above the states. They feel say they are above the House of Parliament and they are now above President Bio. Fellow Sierra Leoneans, una join me for now we inject President Bio for make a stand up for say government, president, power not to kill where you dey share. The people where President Bio don't give a job, not to them we dey vote for. We only vote for 3 people in the Republic of Sierra Leone. Number 1, the president, the vice president, and the members of Parliament. Failing to understand them here, well, you ain't the minister way you pay for understand them here. Anything will happen to you, you blame yourself. Fellow Sierra Leonean, one of the things that will not happen in the Republic of Sierra Leone inside the new direction with president don't tie responsibility of all ministry, corporation, members of Parliament for let everybody go work in the interest of Sierra Leone. But today, people they don't feel say they are now richer or important more than the House of Parliament. Now you make una see say the Minister of Information and Communication voting up in the House of Parliament, they act a rude, dishonesty behavior, dishonesty way, attitude in body language was not correct in the House of Parliament. He was very rude to address the House of Parliament, but people will sit down on top of the high table, they refuse for question him, they refuse for tell and say he is not competent, he is not ready to work in the interest of Sierra Leoneans. But what did they do? They try for bend the truth under the table. Well, today I want to draw the attention of Sierra Leoneans. The one the way they don't understand what's in a SARCAP. when a SALCBS, SALCAP Day for provide network services, communication services across the country. And I want to also draw the attention of Sierra Leoneans for saying not to everybody employed in that country, not to everybody they work by month. The population where they in the Republic of Sierra Leone where no they work is greater than the population where they work. So when the Minister of Communication and Information, Rado Sware, they try for privatize some areas, you know they do it in the interest of Sierra Leoneans, but they do it in the interest for let it be able to make money or improve himself and get money under the table, development itself under the table. Now in a way, the members of parliament were there for oversee transparency, accountability, and equality and freedom of transparency. Rado Sware pay for provide the information to the House of Parliament, where this also the tell bad. They show bad image of the new direction and His Excellency Dr. Julius Madabio for say a government no dey for provide transparency and accountability. Now in the way Tawa ask well.
Okay, so at the cut and short, obviously, like I say again, credit at that time, it look at things on a patriotic lens. Even him being a strong supporter of the Sierra Leone People's Party and call things out. Where the unfortunate part came in place was when it don't give an honest submission, then obviously they don't go quiz and a corner say, but why you go talk so? Then of course they come back again and they change in words around. And then it go against the person where they praise, where na the why we been geared towards national cohesion, transparency, accountability. Another one where I've been doing an interview with Honorable Jivaro, when he been speak honestly at that time. If I'm not mistaken, it was October 5th of 2019. I want to play that as well, and then before I come back to other critical underlining concern, and this back again as an example wherein it made a look at things on a patriotic lens. And then obviously, I guess when he did that interview with me, and few months down the line, we see how things may go, where it go, it try for mislead Sierra Leoneans them based on where they go try for explain this I call on the compact where they may kind of like put into consideration for say we don't win the compact, blah blah blah, because the president they do all the good, now they make this and that. So now play that for a quick. I'm sorry, that is not the right one, but now just play this anyway. This is another member of the Sierra Leone People's Party as well. I will try to look into that one day.
It's not like you will be smart. We try to put up a play for yourself.
You know, the thing is, when you talk and some money, turn on politics.
Not to politics, not to politician, but the fact the job. And the fact of the talk, rather than all fake stuff. Then they shall chairman over the YP. It don't mind. Today, this time we got, if mother didn't know, it was here about food. But then the teacher, you go vote for you, then you be sugar, you not sugar man. You not old sugar, me not old sugar. You don't fetch you, you don't fetch you. Then me the suffer. And the struggle. What you know that you need to go vote for you for? My life. The sabotage I feel as though I vote for her. Me inside the talker. I saw I can talk, I can talk. That's what you want to do. Yeah, but me don't want to hear you watch this. Now what you want to know how to talk?
And at the reality, holding at the ground. People they suffer too much.
Then the struggle. When you say I want to that, they just now government. How much? Now like it. The police show every so can they give 1 million pension. Let's say 300,000. If you know to unless can make sense, not sit and give 250 back. 300 plus 250, 550 now on our get. But thank God.
Or that 250 now, and that rich cop, or not to a rich cop. Okay, then I'm not it.
Then I for invalidity. You will damage me in the war. We bullet hole, you handcuff.
Wounded in action. February.
This morning I'll be somebody. My policeman go like for yesterday. I don't want to say leader. I'm not going to government. The body government and I all get time for me. What the government you do? I'm okay because I don't see better. I don't see better.
And now one, I swear the panel.
What party? They will do another thing for you. I don't see what the most of
Again, long say for Mr. Bimba, no day na garage. Like na no thing.
First of the we don't go make. So tell me what the car Mr. Bimba go want to turn around.
Na oyi the man that today na make account watch. I be say dey around.
This one they go church.
Una brother go church now.
Okay, so at least I don't hear the supporters of this current administration how disgruntled they are. Basically, them believe say they will promise one thing and then they look towards a better or more improved as to where them believe say they fall short not the then administration, but of course them from within from their submission they were disappointed. I also want to bring to your attention there was a video where I think about a day or two where they go around say the I think like as if it was a fight within. These are all the deceitful things that when they do where we get for bring calm to the public for the people that know reality, wherein they say that the All People's Congress, members of the All People's Congress, the Dr. Samora Camp attacked the Vice President Sam Sumana and supporters them. It is it go kind of like interesting and funny, and I know say that was a lie. That video actually happened. It was an attack from the Sierra Leone People's Party supporter against the then Vice President Sam Sumana in 2012. Because that's something where I do my research, I ask somebody where can give me the clarity. I believe say that person they said good day, so right now they watch. So, but these are all stuff we not designed for bring national cohesion to we, and also when you look it's like in a way a kind of like brilliant and sneaky way for make sure say instability there within whether it's the APC camp or vice versa, because for now they go disseminate such things, or it could be even an inside fight within the APC camp. I do not know, but I want to make it clear to enough for them, and I know we'll get misguided by that. And I also want to pull it on the way they refer to, and then they come right back.
Why? Why?
Problem no dey NEC. NEC we appreciate wetin you don do.
Why?
We appreciate am. NEC we appreciate.
Mr. Bono.
Okay.
Why? Let us suffocate you. No go, no so. No go. Let us suffocate you. Why? Why?
And I welcome back. At least I don't know what they refer to, and it got also interesting in Fonena no say the then vice president not even they in a salon with them pulled up Tinde, the then vice president travel, which was yesterday or day before yesterday if I'm not mistaken, and not been there in Freetown, so you see on a salon at all. So they will be very slow for disseminate information, then I'll be very slow too for believe everything in a way and present to way. And now also I've been giving an example of some of the when I visit some of these various social media platforms and the interaction of Sierra Leoneans, which few of the one they were play earlier before I come on. I want to also play some for now we analyze them together.
Principal United Tribes,
This na other brainless one I dey respond to. Sometimes it can sound very, very painful with the social media from the APC side full of fools. EFULL of FOOLS. Na the APC side. That's how the social media is. So you don't get any option. Sometimes you will tend for ignore, but because you don't get option, you just get for respond, and you responding to a fool. It's so annoying and pathetic. But that's how society dey. Mediocres dem na they don't take the social media. Half-baked na they don't become journalists. So wetin we dispute Paul Dadash humble. Any account to this other brainless one we dem call Corona APC. You know, the guy in journalistic extempore, in presentation alone, they show how quack, you understand, Corona APC be. You see, it is good that you say the corruption wey they don't put power na, you know, but you didn't see the corruption we na engage in. So that clearly tells that this is all don't agree say this is a fiction by Kerino Alphaba, that it isn't real. So you see the corruption we don't put power na, we're not able to defend them. Probably.
So make we just go small. It's almost at the end anyhow. So here when I tell you about the way how for mere observation you hear the choice of words. I always say violence is not necessarily just limited to the physical aspect, the choice of words, and then trying to question the credibility of Mr. Bag, even though the obvious is there to back up his own claims. Yeah, that's where the double standard and the hypocritical come in place. Because like I say, when then notify we, the general public, say the then administration then be involved in whatever kind of embezzlement or whatever the case may be, we did not question about authentic evidence for make available to we. But then on the other hand, this now the man come he go he doing investigation. Upon that he also present authentic evidence for backup claims, but yet still the choice of words against the other gentleman we decide for engage in some type of debate, we happen to find himself as a member of the All People's Congress. They describe him as a fool, and in a for in a self, we are not going to and just repeating anything that it could possibly be an offense to anybody in terms of the audio. And please forgive me, yeah. No, continue.
If you be see, I'm quoting you exactly. You phrasing you. Probably if you be see the corruption we're engaging, maybe one go down see and see yes, you dey talk sense.
That's another point of observation as well. It can just so annoy me and rather unfortunate when I hear. It should be, if we're looking at it as a patriotic lens, it should really be that, okay, you can say the then administration, but I do believe would I ever do good or do bad, if for be a benefit or disadvantage for us as a whole. So if there's a segregation, like I don't talk, or there's oh yeah, this is them, I heard another audio today where it say where in a bindena or in a your first lady, and so it's like then the APC then get a first lady, the SLP then get a first lady instead of Sierra Leone having a first lady. It's rather unfortunate. So like I say, again, it comes back again to the head within whatever it is that you're saying, if not publicly but behind closed door, whatever way they represent you or whatever way they choose for interact or behave in public, then of course it's a representation of you. And if your wife don't talk say, and then they do anything without the approval of your husband, if anything where they come, you talk on a constituency 110 where they campaign. So obviously it is obvious that you may not necessarily talk publicly, but you dey give your instruction as per evidence and statement from your wife, and in the coming execute accordingly as per your request. Now we continue.
Anyway, that's the problem with the APC. This country is really unfortunate to forget a political party called APC full of big full Corona APC then. Invincible United Tribes.
Yeah, so again, that is a rather unfortunate statement. Like I started this open statement with every political party, you get the good, the bad, and the ugly. You understand? You cannot generalize, say all SLPP are fools or problem to Sierra Leone. You cannot generalize all APC are fools. So when we begin for talk, we use words and wisely. We use it in a matured way, in a sensitive way, but more importantly, wherein the word will be geared towards national cohesion, then will be the beginning of a better Mama Salon. Yeah. If we see that the current administration, the supporters of the current administration continue this route, and they are still being encouraged to even do more negative things, them we maybe they're not looking at it as that way because of selfish interest instead of the interest of Sierra Leone. At the end of the day, you will not see progress until you're able to condemn them, not only publicly but in private, and tell and say this is not the way to go, no, gear towards this better way. I mean, people that can engage in healthy fun debate without result in anger, in name calling, in belittling each other. No, go to the next one again. So now this is exactly what Abby is saying. After he has been abused, verbally abused, the choice of word has been against his person, where he come back, he respond in a fun and peaceful way. And I watch and listen this now the response of the opposition when the Mr. Korma APC, the All People's Congress.
Paper on life now SFB as you talk about frustrate. Now no defend the corruption and not put power. The corruption we check no alpha bar not put power, no even correct them. Look the situation and go make fake receipts. The man name check no alpha bar. Una say alpha Amadou bar. The passport and social media. Everyone no get one shame. This corruption don't put power. Una government too corrupt. Una try for defend the corruption. We don't put power. The chief minister and the first lady, the office. Now try for defending corruption and put for them.
So you hear that? If they say bad word safe, but it's talking with fun, yeah. I mean, okay, use the word corrupt. You understand? Use the word fake, yeah. But the one where that man may say more strong, a more personal, a more mean what they say, not talking in a joke, but this man may they laugh at it, they say what they say. Now we'll go further. This, like I say, some of the insulting word against Mr. Ba, where if we want fight corruption and I don't stand against the then administration and I talk against them as per statement or allegation presented to the general public without us seeing the authentic or the evidence as waiting Mr. Cherno Badu. But now then some of the supporters of the Sierra Leone People's Party, they attack Mr. Ba. Now we'll carry on.
Good afternoon. Today, the 16th day of February 2021. Israelis in the diaspora, Israelis back at home. I listened very carefully the interview with 96.1 to that Luna, where they call himself Cherno Ba. First, it try for the action when they established the organization, we don't see himself because we feel say the people they don't put blessing per they don't see. Say 2001. I just want to know which thing and this mobile and go America, who stay down the University of Sierra Leone when a history study. Who say you get the information, false information, the way you can present
to Ben Kefala. You see, this now they talk of the refusal of people living in Australia. For me, they understand, say, only we, Australians, they now get for rebuild that nation, not anybody else. You see, that Australia also the country where to admire other people in the country, we're experts. But to fully build our nation, we become that enemy of the state. And the only country in the world where human being eating country. Even the countries that we've been doing war, will be the help like South Africa, Namibia, Zimbabwe. Today, they're way ahead of us. They say we gained independence in 1961. From that time to now, when you look at the Australian situation, you will be ashamed for saying that this country they born me. The past leaders they do not care about anything. They just feel that money is their only problem. Money. Actually, they pass on to the considering to the beginning. They molest the average Australian. We forget and they allow people to dirty box to make outside world the export relief, then they go snap country to see how we call this human. They allow other humans to become dogs and pigs for going to dirty box for go eat. And that same thing is still a continue. Sheki, it destroy everything, every fabric of that nation, where it feels it. Where you'll be proud of. If you destroy them before you pass on to the then now they can't give the last of man. Sheki means train, destroy them. The Australian Polish Marketing Board, it destroy them. We've been getting factory in Natco, we get this, we get clay factory, we get that sugar again, something in my bars, we get, in fact, when in Chinese American, they plant rice every 3 months in the cut rice, the bread them. They take reports. The first person who destroyed the Salon port, even they, under the management of the country, Sheki, he made a name one port man. Now that's so the security the uniform. Now late for the sign. One port man, in first. So if the ports they dare to today other countries that they enjoy the import, we want to enjoy. It begins from banding. Then this channel about I don't even understand now. But I can also see people away them mentally deranged. This is how they behave. They're not stable. They talk with not to the truth. Then another idiot and they follow them, they accept them. Say, oh, this is not real, not true they talk. I didn't think they for accent. When you go America, why all from 2001 you get all NTR? You say, no, you say, not the numbers of the African. So, God give you the authority. How many wise people already don't do at the world? Where they try for their own country. You know, they see the disgrace themselves because they already talk to like China, we don't disgrace already. Because we don't tell people they're not left for encouraging for the same garbage. Because everything where they say na garbage. They're not getting nothing. Where you will point out say this, then check out our country because you not control the bank, you not control any financial institution. The people that need to work in a bank, if you like they give information safe.
I no fit say na the correct one because everything dey to the bank governor. So if you na the bank governor again wey dey give somebody wey no matter na the country for make no make disgrace young because na we young country dey dey disgrace. Nothing dey wey dey talk o. Every people wey dey read down na the WhatsApp, YouTube, Facebook, parada dey go say, oh, na so Sierra dey so. While not so. When that man say he want public president in Australia, they get him plan. And they see people that they jump the gun. They know the studio say, okay, no look what this man do. They do a more work so that salon will go before. They just feel say.
So not prolong, and I see the hypocritical part of it and the double standard. The man would decide for go ahead and bring it to the attention of Sierra Leoneans them. In efforts for net and do further investigation has been called all type of name, but then when it come to the other administration, you know, they say a shame on a bad they mean. Yeah, so once we start for think Sierra Leone and not think our own interests and not think double standard, then will be the beginning of a better mama salon. No, play another one.
China Bar of Africanist Press was paid $5,000 to blackmail Slpp government. His mission is to bring the government down by bringing out a lots of lie allegations. Sierra Leoneans, please do not listen to him if you love your country. The All People Congress APC party are the ones behind such acts just for them to come back to power. Sierra Leoneans, remember the 11 years destruction APC left your country in. China Ba has once asked the SLPP government to make him the press secretary, but the government refused. We hope this news will reach you in good atmosphere. For Al Jazeera News, this Hassan Khan reporting.
So this is again another nasty allegation made and prepared by the Sierra Leone People's Party. I'm highlighting all this stuff to show you guys what is it that we should stay away from if we want a better mama salon. If you're saying that you need evidence, the evidence has been presented to you, but do not go back and then try to attack the person that has presented things that can possibly be of benefit to our country. Now, let's let me play another one.
Case Stanley brother, how you dey do? I hope so you dey do fine. Couple of weeks ago, something been happen with Rugi, where Rugi be the post Fatima and Mada them pictures them. SM say if you do it go delete them because we get for expect them people in there and because of them in the forum. So, and this channel happened for the forum too. So, if you dey post anything about this man, it's like a disrespect. No way. Although we are not going to meet up because of a political thing within a party A or in a somebody way outspoken they talk waiting feel say right. But please, no give him some respect. Yeah, my brother. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's another great example of what they say, the double standard. Now, then even some forum them, then go look at the main opposition, then go see that then they abuse or attack. You know, like I say, we're divided and we pray that it will come to an end soon. Then go attack other officials them in the past or whatever the case may be, or the then president. But then when it comes to people that are not within the circle, when they go and do the same or give the same medication to any other administration, government officials in this administration, how you call it? It's a different thing. So and I see for in a safe and yeri.
Listening by echo, one person don't understand what they do. You cannot begin to do business. Talk to me normal. When you begin this time again, you need time for talk about transparency and accountability. How authentic una call inquiry. You don't see if it was very selective. You don't know, and it still is cherry picking. You now know just the call and you know play pivotal role at the previous government.
But let's be SMU. To pull this thing out, when we make a lesson, I will still be like, no. Talk about experts who do I want sleep. What's in the talk about commission of inquiry? You know, say cherry picking is selective, you don't know. You don't only the permanent secretary. Each department they when they don't know nothing, when they don't know something, how things they go from here to there. No own. If they own Munda Rogers and any other people they raise some people they will call them regional. But some will left possible. You know at 3 a.m. let me sleep, yeah? Tomorrow if you believe challenge me see me. Just the watch now. Britain they look at when I kiss them very serious in America. So law left everything. 18 are the head, not the wall, then the watch. If you're not two, then we know if you're not lie, then you know. So we need to argue with you. Because now waste to time. You don't get nothing with the fine in America, the try for talking on. I listen again. What do you understand? What you person understand from this echoing? Come out plain and talk. You want to tell me sit down guys and guys that are sent? You don't see where the chief minister in the lambast they criticize? You see the hard way we go? You know, look at the call bail and charge and bail wire. Even you talk no more, but they are the same left possible. They are not 3 a.m. soon along the honestly. They say we very interesting. I think I see that charge and discharge wire. You so that talk so now in ghost now they talk on the man says they talk now. We it bash and it lambast the APC. See the look what it happen. You want to see the Ghana sent? SM tell me any politician in Africa when I sent. SM you get problem. To be frank, you get problem.
If we use the African Express for mount of propaganda against the chief minister because he have corruption and call on the past government racketeers, nation looters, mafias, and the likes. When I say that the African Express not getting money for propaganda against the state, by extension the whole Sadarine and Uberuk. In Uberuk because we look into all allegations and are certain if they are factual or truthful. When the chief minister said APC was corrupt, they used forensic method from at that they investigated ministries, departments, and agencies. As a matter of fact, it was a UTT report that was used be the commission of inquiries, and none of them are denying. None of them are denying. They had lawyers, they argued it, and they were still for proof and innocence of Namande, because all what they do was forensic. Showdown African press is making assumptions in the likes of gutter journalism. It's not even facts, but all these facts are based on gutter journalism. SM was a zero.
Okay, so that's where the double standard come in place again. Mr. SM believes say, but in I read the conversation between them two, in believes say na propaganda demand they make, but many Sierra Leoneans go question how is that what you make the documents they available to Sierra Leoneans them. I also get a statement from Mr. Lamin Fofana. Welcome. He say our first lady is doing her best in Sierra Leone. We will always proud of her. So there goes again another example of misleading and deceitful statement. The reason why I say that, it is okay for now you like them, but at the same time, it is we always they get credits now, so we they do things them, yeah. We they commend them, we don't do it. So check we past videos them, we have made it a priority, and every time while they talk, I always they say that the initiative is a brilliant one, it's a good one, but we cannot also avoid the underlying concern. And when you use the word say our first lady is doing her best, I think that's how they talk about. I don't know if you mean our as in Sierra Leone or meaning as in your political party. But once if you mean as your political party, then that's when we need to shy away from that, because she should be a representative for all Sierra Leonean. And again, now we'll come back to your statement. Sometime doing our best may not necessarily be the best. What I mean by that, you might be okay if like the first lady tell you free word, they talk to you any kind way, or that of your family, maybe that will be okay with you. But other Sierra Leoneans may expect much more. You understand? And then also, given the obvious of the fact we presented, we instead also give clarity, say indeed even get access to the money that they them get we ask upon it when he ask, then obviously you self go attest that will be under the category of possibly alleged embezzlement, from the obvious documentation where Mr. Bam make available to Sierra Leoneans them. So again, now we look at things not on a partisan lens, but rather on a patriotic lens.
Connection successful.
Yes, I want to play another one where where you call you will see say na a person of close in a patient me small I try for locates they were they refer to. I'm sorry, forgive me. I'll just take a quick break and then go come right back. As a matter of fact, before we go, now play this for an NIRE.
If you don't know what una na kill myself, not to nobody. Ever done for now, the power the room for 10 years. No power done. I want to tell you now, the power today. Anytime I go back, police don't tell me the power the room. SLP not gonna come on. The power the room. Where power them? The next 10 years, my SLP later. So you know the wait for 20 something years. Collect a bit of it, they can answer it. I saw it for you. And for that no, and again I am all the police station there.
Nobody not for not the last person SLP. Not the last person SLP. This SLP will be open. Proper. Mother the way. We are different SLP. We are the fact. We are the government. We are power. They know what they can. We are more food. We know when can we help this country. We don't be in this country. They want to go to the salute. SLP can do all the good things there. They will grab, you do by that, then they come, when they come, they tell all things, they eat all things, then let take them away. And this time, they don't find us, they're not fit for this country, and they don't fit for themselves, and therefore, by body and power, they will allow the women to have a women's power. Now, 20 years old, one country, now Mexico, 76 years, you can see they win, 76. So it's not impossible for you to say everyone. Well, next one was I'm not saying forever. I'm not going there forever. But we are taking the all day, especially when we are going to go there. They know what's going to power now, and we are going. And power, that can this people, the way yeah, finishing out, ground, and ground. Yeah, finishing ground. This junior again for the
That's an unfortunate statement from Mr. Alex Prince Arden and the resident minister North, where then they use the word say they right now na pauper they in governance, and after power, then the SLPP go come. So we don't just say things here. It's what has been made available to the general public. It's very rather much rather unfortunate. Yeah. So now take a break, and then I'll come back again and play one or two things. Some of the things say why we don't give credits credits to Mr. Kutubu, and then like how they say the misleading statement sometime, or some of the any side you go get the good one, it gets the bad one, where it make clarity, talk with some folks them. Now play that one there, and then they come right back.
To me, fellow Salunians, a very, very pleasant good morning to everybody. And of course, to me, Christian brothers and sisters, a very blessed Sunday evening, though we are not a good church. But I believe, say, even the house self, we go meditate to ourselves. And beseech God for let it continue for day in the midst, and let it spare we from all this, Babala disaster with the pass. This morning, I call on the mayor for let he meet with the city solicitor for let them file a criminal complaint against the Minister of Housing, Dennis Sandy, for willful, criminal destruction of property. Waiting we see now so happen to a property we belong to the city council when they work on them. On the part of the minister Dennis Sandy, this now the climax of a series of indignities them and harassments them where they be non-direct against the mayor Lady Akisoya since he came to power. The SLPP government must understand one thing. In the pecking order of protocol, after the president, the next person in that pecking order, that the mayor of the municipality of Freetown. Because for one thing, now in the chief executive of Freetown, and in the host Freetown, in the host the central government. Therefore, the mayor is entitled to all the respect and protection, just like the president. But it appears say the SLPP government they on a mission for actually train work the progress where the mayor they make. We don't see all sorts of harassment them. We don't see all sorts of abuse them where they not hit on the lady. Now this one so we happen where Dennis Sandy go destroy a property. This now say that the series that they climax this of series of indignities will steadily they know direct against this lady. So about time now let meaningful people them come and call them people are out about this. This is totally unacceptable, and nobody will sit down is set him out about this. When they talk about investment as salon, which investors they will go na salon when they see this kind of a cynical recklessness on the part of government officials. Other in senses they will actually go na salon, say if they go invest na the place. The lady they try as much as she can, but we also need to understand, say, the mayor was elected by the citizens of Freetown, now the elector. The mayor not get for be an SLPP official for let the government accord them all the respect and protection and assistance where he need for do he work. This now the vagaries of democracy. This now make they say elections get consequences. Now in they elect, now so the citizens they say now an APC person in the elect, and this is as simple as that. They don't elect her. But since this lady came into power, this lady no get no blow, you know, get no blow. This one was so this willful criminal destruction led by Dennis Sandy Isese. This not a matter of concern, and this will be brought to the attention of President Bio. This is totally unacceptable in any civilized society or in any society where talk say now the rule of law the work day. But what do they do? Now the rule of the mob now see so. Now the mob rule this. You get a bunch of hoodlums, a bunch of thugs, a bunch of, I can even go to the extent for call them hardcore criminals. We just there for wreak mayhem on the progress of the city under the leadership of the mayor. This don't reach to a point that we don't go set remote anymore. Also, we must make clear people they understand say the logic of lawlessness is self-returns, and the SLPP and the youth them also responsible for this. But what even make this thing very annoying and unacceptable is that the officials they not seem for the say anything about this, neither they know they do anything about it. They seem for the give paradoxical comfort and solace to this kind of unacceptable behavior. So about time now we can call them out. About time. I may ask the mayor that he do everything possible for seek recourse to judgment on this. He need for engage the city solicitor. They really need for Khadija court. Let we see whether Dennis Sandy in the above the laws of Salem. They not talk say you not go do your job, but there is a procedure. Not even assume say the city council they commit infractions of principle there. They go erect something. They go erect a foundation, a place where they're not supposed for it. I think there's a procedure. There's a procedure. Waiting the minister before the minister before get in touch with the mayor and express in concern and see how they will work out things there. But not to forget get involved in the demolition at all. Not. I mean, this man understand which are the ramifications that were involved in this. You understand this? Two wrongs not going to make one right at all. No. Granted that yes, the city council not be go through the proper procedure, they not get a permit, they not get this thing. Yes, but we still get process. We cannot have a society where a jungle mentality where anybody can do anything no more. No, we cannot. We must see ourselves as a nation of laws. That's what we get for ourselves. I'm not waiting at how egregious Dennis Sadibi feel say waiting the city council do is. There is still a procedure. Dennis Sadi cannot be the police. He cannot be the court. He not going to be the jailer. No, it's not going to happen that way. We get everything, we get steps there, we get steps, we get procedures there, we get principle in place. We know we get a bunch of thugs and hoodlums them, they masquerade as government officials or ministers. And besides, not to even be for BB Dennis Sandy in your place for embark on a kind of a TSO. You get authorities them waiting within the Ministry of Housing. You get inspectors them, we go to the sites them, we can see them here, not to the minister. But for let the minister is to get involved in this, I mean, it's so unthinkable. I don't know how people they don't go down to this kind of a level here, this Kenjimi mentality here, or people they don't descend to this kind of a law. This is the lowest of law, actually, where it comes from criminal violence and uncivilized conduct. So this morning I will just say for can ensure say we draw the attention of the Bureau administration to this, that there is suddenly a lawlessness, a violence, don't reach a level where they don't go accept them anymore. This same thing that even doing in APC. If they didn't APC until they do and come out. Dennis Sandina, one of the people then where they make the bio administration, they look very bad because he see himself as a man where he not subject to law and order. That's so he sees himself. He see himself as the be all and end all. He see himself as the Lord and monarch. He will just do things that out know it's not going to happen. We cannot have a situation when a bunch of thugs and hooligans they in charge of the central government of the country. No, it's not. And we're not going to set remote about this. We're not going to criticize APC for one thing. Then we get the people in the bio administration, people that were supposed to know better than that, senior officials, and they behave this way. And Dennis Sandi actually he represents everything going wrong with the Slpp government. Dennis Sandi is a very bad example. Now this administration, Dennis Sandi is a very bad influence. Guys like Dennis Sandi, then they turn off. Then they make people get a very negative perception about what the bio administration stand for. We just cannot. They need to understand one thing. No matter how they look at, the mayor of Freetown was elected by the citizens of Freetown. They elect them. Now, even the citizens they elect. The government don't get no choice now. They get for work with the mayor. They don't get no choice now. The mayor they try as much as she can for be very accommodating. This mayor now one of the mayor in this way embrace humility and simplicity. In order to go about with this grandiloquent protocol them. No, the lady is very simple and she's a hands-on deck mayor. She's doing a work in order to draw any unnecessary attention to himself. He as mayor not to everything that he go know about. Like we say something like this, no assume say the Ministry of Housing be seen as infraction of principle now. We have a civilized way where they do things, but we cannot resort to jungle mentality. This we get for a disabuse of mind of them, and we get for move away from this. This is totally unacceptable. How we will get any investors they will go kind of salute when they see this kind of a level of violence and thuggery being perpetrated by so-called cabinet ministers there? How Dennis Sandi go think say people that will look up, how they go assess them with this kind of material? So me they call on in fact as enough for the citizens of Freetown that they sensitive for actually demand they protest Dennis Sandi in uncivilized behavior now, in criminal violence now, so and willful destruction of property. Let the demand say let the case Dennis Sandi go to court. He has to be held accountable. He has to be held accountable for let he understand say we are a society of a law and order, and nobody no go do things that on your own whims, views, and caprices. No, it's not going to work at all. No, and it not go unanswered. Every day we will continue to talk about this year. So bring it to the BOA administration that this is totally unacceptable. And no matter what may happen for that thing, there is still a way with them for rectify the situation. Assuming they also they permit in order to they can work them out, but not to forgo get involved. You know what is involved in Nayaso? How can any minister bring himself to this kind of level? So, waiting then is Sandi go tell you say he better pass a highway? No, these are the same behavior where people at highway they get. Now so people like Tiger Bone them. Now the same behavior they are so. Now the office number with Dennis Sandi, but Dennis Sandi is not different from them talks and hoodlums them. Where they every now and then they humble the peace and quiet of the country as a whole. So this morning, like I said, we'll continue for call on the mayor of Freetown for make sure say they consult the city solicitor, let them really take criminal action against Dennis Sandi, and Dennis Sandi for being accountable for this, and if we pay every restitution for this, because this is totally unacceptable, illegal. The way we go about this, it will cause more problem now than it intend for solver. It totally out of order. I know trouble the classlessness. How then Salif you say foreigners and with residents here? Then you guys are talking of investors. No investor is really no go to salon. When there's also mob people they did. There's also a hoodlums and thugs. They didn't know. People that work in your do things at will because they think so they in power. After all this power now the citizens they give now. You get for properly exercise the power. What you do so people they do things at random with reckless disregard for the citizens. This is totally unacceptable. And we will not go settle much about this. We go continue for make a whole lot of noise about this. And we go stand with the mayor. The mayor actually need for bring this. For resort to a judgment. We really take this matter under court. Denis Sani is way out of line. Way out of line. He not get no authority for do this. He actually take upon himself for go do something we're not supposed to. No, even assume say yes. The mayor they trespass. Yeah, but there's still a way where this matter will be resolved. There's a way. I mean, it's very easy for Denis Sandy get in touch with the mayor. But I think say sometimes they get the mayor in here. So they can say this na the pattern of conduct where they not can go pattern of abuse, harassment, and all that say we don't see when they harass the mayor. When they attack him, we don't see this. All of that here, so it's not acceptable. We cannot settle more about this. Like we continue for argue. The mayor the next when in the pecking order of protocol na salon, the mayor come next to the president. After the president, the next important official is the mayor. Because like we talk continue for argue, the mayor na in the host the central government. Now in the chief host. In the chief executive for the municipality of Ito, now in charge. So the same respect where they accord the president, where they give the mayor entitled to the same respect, the mayor entitled to the same security. The mayor cannot be subjected to physical violence, torment, and harassment by very unscrupulous and unprincipled people there, where they misuse and abuse the office with reckless abandon. So the appeal to the mayor, please seek a recourse to judgment now. Talk to the city solicitor. Now that make the office of mayor may get a city solicitor now for them for protect the interest of the citizens through litigation. So now for actually bring a court action against Denis Sani, let we know whether Denis Sani then they above the law in the country, whether they will do things at will. We are a nation of laws, a supposed nation of law and order. Everybody within the country is subject, to the law. You not go take the law into your hand. We get procedures here, we get methods, we get principles there. But the lawlessness on the part of SLPP people then is just as scary. Just like how they accuse about the APC guys them. SLPP say don't become a very lawless party, especially this wing where they call the pauper. The SLPP some of we know when we already talk about not all they see so, not all they see. We get a very thuggish and lawless SLPP now, very thuggish and lawless. We live here. The SLPP they will be know. Then big people they will be there. People like Pastor Nosim Mustafa there. People like Kame Bue there. People like YDCC there. Tapli Mango be there. People like IB Telokama there. G. Thomas, RGO King, HB John there. John Nelson Williams there. Then kind of SLPP people not behave so. Only they talk issue. So for issues coming in analysis where they can't ask the mayor for seek recourse to judgment, see let talk to the city.
Afamula na kusha unakabo this na Dr. Million. This
Now this I be the talk. We see from our common SPP and not ever good again. And we say she don't like so. I get people that win a ministers and I SPP. As I be people that win a ministers and APC. We say I looking at talk say because one thing people they don't understand. People the NGC they don't understand is SPP then hits kind of young pass APC self because they see am like a threat to them. And now that they unveil the thing, people that they see am. They know they go being after APCU. Now na can they they go after because they call them out. But we can they go after where they call out APC, and which of course when they all with APC they be connive against them. Then we did it they praise them. Now if they call them now for their own criminal act, now na in don't on target for them. And in supporters the way they be. I know. Me seeing Josephine Jackson yesterday make video of that boy. I'm like, oh my God. You know, people that of themselves not serious. To be frank enough, they're not serious. You know, because time then therefore come when I say therefore stand and say enough is enough. Because I am the punish, not to any other person the punish. Like a wood in a diaspora, we just talk because of the for the interest, because we say one let them life change. But they say you take the horse now the water, but you know you force the horse for drink. Then say get for put more interest. Then say get for put. Let we see say yes they are ready, but it not look like they're really serious, and they don't know say they don't feature. Now they go down the drain. You know, it's very. I see that video after what I don't plant. My clients I kind of was up where I see that video. I say, what? This one goes self viral. How people then would see we country? What in the heck world is this? You know, but just like how we they talking, we see election come back, then go begin give them money. Look that one day, them beat down, they nearly 1 kid labor body. Now go put him back with Josephine Jackson for go make another video for Uta. Can you imagine that? The same way that they talk, so way election come back, then go begin give them one bag, the rest of this, they don't forget. We shall not ever support them. Take from our community, they are not ever good back. And not one day we talk good about them. And not one day support them. Because all them call names the way they call where APC they call kind of young Kelana na SPP na them they give them the information because now they be know more past APC. Nothing. And they call all kind of names. You know, all that to SIM card business na APC na matter be Pakroma silo they arrange but that thing dey. Also Pakroma no more grab go talk about because now the only way down there be the last way down there for don't make for kick out. So now the last idea down the way they or to bring. And when them bring that idea, they would not the first person we go now in campaign rally they talk and matter be not to be Pakroma. Now they go now they go and spread that to many people they now at the south and the east and both Kenema everywhere. Yes. And forget say where chief money goes to and this place Ghana, he go give himself Ghana which is change himself to Ghanaian. But I make rollings be pull and panna. Take everything back in your hand. And see now you go thief now your country, can my country. Instead of take everything in your hand, now we miss her. You don't see where rollings that you not even talk too much about her because you know what you pass with her. That thief thing. And people that she don't do, then they go and wait yourself this that. This much amount they don't even thief pass with APC that be there 10 years. But people who know they talk. They kind of the blank for you no more. When they get for put the audit report now December we don't depend so. General audit report today no come out. They did it then they manipulate pan. Then they go show we house, they go tell we say that house and then they go tell we say how many million for that house there. The one whole thing with people is so much that mende woman, the mende we will so much that jealousy because when some of them then get the money, they know they put her inside good use. Go and spend at the end and waste it. They're so focused on that party. Yes, nobody knows what talks about Roman or chief because now we go all come out to campaign against them. He come out today like today. But I think some of will regret themselves. Yes. They don't audit Mother Bill for that boat we go buy because that boat they also they come to get our nine get her. We go buy 1.8 million boat. Anybody they talk about her? What did that boat they do to we? To people the way they see don't do? Nothing. We want go now. We all this have what they do. So we want go now. We tomorrow put na that boat they do. She don't have family they do. Now we then go. Now get that boat they not so they come to get her. That boat no get no use for we. They don't audit her for the boat. No. But we see that the blank food we right now they're not kind to way general audit to report one country no then they make for say oh they go investigate back home for them and take people the attention from her. Anytime we then can so they do we don't want distract people that they bring camp back home and talk inside it. So everybody go focus there then they do what they want.
They can write back.
Your Excellency, now let me turn to the findings of the report. We found that at the time of assuming office...
My brothers and sisters, then today, February 16, this now Mr. Kabia with the Kabia factor. They respond to Emmanuel Aliyu where they talk about patriotism. I don't know what part of the world actually this guy did. Where it seems for blind with the reality na the ground. Sierra Leoneans are actually going through a lot of economic challenges then right now under this administration, almost 3 years. Since Bio administration take power, today I can tell any Sierra Leonean the prices of basic commodities then and they skyrocket on a daily basis. People are suffering the economic challenges them right now. I remember where the current Minister of Finance, Jacob Jusu Safa, where coined the word bread and butter under Anes by Kruma. This was the guy we been they go after Anes by Kruma. See, you know, the people are suffering the bread and butter issue. Now a serious problem. Today, they don't come na power. What it then describe as bread and butter, today, na grass and dirty, na in people they eat. Not to bread and butter anymore. So for let Emmanuel Aliyu Sidon abroad, he blind to this reality. You know, my brothers and sisters, them, it's a problem. Because now two things that not benefit this country. We educated elite them and we natural resources them. They not benefit this country. Chief Minister David Francis, now one of the guys them way when you look at in CV, he go hold you here the well, he say, well, then guy they are and supposed to be the guy them where they can transform this country. But they are nothing but thieves. President Bio, they had the most reckless administration in history of Sierra Leone. Nothing no the way they talk about today say, you know, economic problems, challenges, recklessness. President Bio, the administration are number one. Is the highly traveled president now the world war, even at a time when we get a major pandemic. This was the only president who left in country, go to Lebanon, one of the most tumultuous countries in the Middle East. What in President Bio go do, according to them, he say no go per medical, he go per honeymoon. That's night in West been tell we. You see, my brothers and sisters, them, if Emmanuel Aliyu, they talk about patriotism, it challenge Mr. Ba, we na the editor for Africanist Press. We na the only credible newspaper. I remember when this guy began write during the time of Anes Nkrumah. When they write against Anes Nkrumah, it challenge the accountability, transparency problem, rule of law. Would be the healer, na SLPP supporters. When the Kabia factory they go after Anes Nkrumah and reckless administration, these are the guys who will be the hail the Kabia factor. Today, they don't kind of power. There is massive corruption at the office of the president. We embed the office of the chief minister and first lady. Fatima Bio in less than 3 years. This in so-called answer for our girls. When this campaign been started, I've been talking. I say, you know what? This so-called fight against rape or domestic violence or early marriage, the issues here are supposed to go through parliament. So that they will get the legality we require. They not do them. This project remain under this woman in hand, and then they remove money from the consolidated revenue fund where it not get any parliamentary approval. Their perception survey they are not to just Africanist press. I remember one perception survey where defeat in partnership with Center for Accountability and Rule of Law, CAL, where they may conduct that perception survey, they may find out massive corruption in the parliament. To the extent, Honorable Ngevao, Honorable Ibrahim Tawak Conte, they come out openly where the members of the ruling party, SLPP, and tell the nation, say, there is corruption in the parliament, there is massive hand twisting in the parliament, so that the way one come in and try for highlight corruption, then they go after them. To the extent we don't even understand, say, Honorable Ibrahim Tawa Conte, the party don't even suspend them or expel them. I don't know which one. Because this guy say, they apologize. Because Naina be the chairman na the Transparency and Accountability Committee in the Parliament, where they investigate NATCOM. Because they not agree for let this guy go do in your work. He highlights corruption in Parliament, then go after that. Honorable Ngevao, he end up for go apologize so that he will keep his job. Emmanuel Aliyu, President Bio promised the Sierra Leonean people for fight corruption, for fight recklessness, lawlessness, and poverty. Today, Africa, today, I tell you, Emmanuel Aliyu, go to Statistics Sierra Leone and find out for yourself. Over 70% of severe poverty in Sierra Leone today under this brigadier. Lawlessness is in the increase. Pickpocketing, stealing, corruption are in the rise, in the increase every day. Emmanuel Aliyu, for your information, under the brigadier. This administration cannot even handle their young flagship program, the free and quality education. Today, the free and quality education, what it produce? Massive failures. Now, all the 3 exams there. MPSC, was nothing, because they take a square peg, a prosthetic leg specialist, for go be a minister of education. What in that guy sabi? So Emmanuel Aliyu, the only credible newspaper for your information when left na salon na African Press, because the other one they na either they na APC them pocket or they na SLPP pocket. Africanist Press na the only credible newspaper where they give information. If President Bioy administration debunk watching Africanist Press the right, make them come at the media and tell the Sierra Leone people them. Watching at the other story. But none of the members na the SLP party, one of them no one they come and challenge Mr. Barr incredible analysis about massive corruption. Now the office of the chief minister, now the office of the president, the first lady, parliament. What did they do about this leadway log industry? What did they do? According to what in there na the law, you know, the log industry act. What in the day? The measurement na cubic centimeter, not a container. They move into container without even any form of amendment na the act, which is illegal. Massive money now don't lost over 5 point something billion. Now don't lost. Who said that money don't go? Na private pockets. This is the only country where the mining no ever benefit we in this country. Go na Ghana. How mining companies they benefit that country they. Go na even Liberia na ya. The rubber factory, how they benefit that country today. Go na Guinea. Let you see how the mining companies them. They transform Guinea. Ghana Salon. This is the only country where people they turn against themselves. And you get the likes of Manuel Aliyu, where they go after a credible newspaper, where don't left, where they tell the people, the nation the truth. Because they're in power. First and trade, where would they go after APC? Then Grady. Today, we don't see massive corruption. Now the Madabio administration. And now what you do they are Guinea? What you don't hear back Ebola? Ebola na they don't go sign for so now. Yeah, they come back and destroy the people because they want money. Unbelievable. We don't work all over the world. We don't want to see this kind of country in the world. Sierra Leone. Now this is the only country where the people them hate themselves, now a danger to themselves, and a danger to the world community. Because we not able to feed ourselves, we can't even pay our workers. And we still don't pay money. Because of the likes of Emmanuel Aliyu, where they see the truth in the turn to lie. My brother, Madabio administration now the most reckless administration we would ever see. The worst than APC. And we go for talker. Let's tell you now. We go for talker. This is Mr. Khadija with the Khadija factor. We go for talker. This administration need for change their behavior. Otherwise, we will continue for expose the recklessness on a daily basis. Emmanuel Ali for information. Will they continue for go after President Bio 80 times travel? Will they forgo every time when this man left this country? All the money where they expend, will they highlight and all, and will they tell the Sierra Leone people? We not hate nobody, but the truth has to be told so that this country will move forward. For far too long, over how many years? 60 years. Sierra Leone cannot even move to even a middle income country. Shame on us. Because of people like Aliu, they take kickbacks. Lebele. This is Mr. Khadija. I tell you, thank you. Bye-bye.
Now, welcome back. I know I'm bored in too much. Now we just highlight some of the things that we'll discuss today. As always, the first thing we'll begin with was the Ebola epidemic. For give in an update where some of you already don't know. About a year or two ago, also surfaced back in the Republic of Congo, where we non-profits been pull out a statement for educate the masses, and equally so the upcoming days we'll go get an audio as well, even though people that already don't know. Now we be vigilant and be careful as to how we go about doing things in terms of we interaction, or it is vital that we minimize the interaction or at the moment, given the obvious of this pandemic and now the epidemic. As in, I know it is critical in the sense that every time we get the Ebola, before it kind of salon, it start force now the Republic of Guinea, and we pray that it end that way. Now multiply, now gets to we country. May God put an end to all this disease where they ambog way right now in the world. So now take all necessary precaution, please, please, please. Hand washing, max up. Yes, and if you get any sign and symptom, not be afraid. Just kind of like inform somebody that they will tackle them earlier than late. Also now we always remember we team bind we together when at the green, white, and blue. Now we have a mind of we own. Now we not allow the politician and for destroy we as a nation, for begin say not talk to this person or talk to this person. And you get also some evil people then within the these social media, yeah, so that they do that, not only the government officials them. Of course, when they say, "Oh yeah, be careful of Khadija," or now this political party, they it's rather unfortunate, it's sad, it's sickening. Some will even come in your face, and then at the same time, then you go say all this evil stuff about you. But those people, like I always say, surrender them to the Almighty. So, having said that, please now remember that no government or no administration, no day will go last forever. So at the end of the day, the thing with the last na Sierra Leone and Sierra Leoneans them. So be wise up, man enough or woman enough for make decision of your own, one that is geared towards waiting God will like, not to waiting Motaman will like. At the end of the day, then Motaman and they self care for answer to God. And President Bio, you happen to be the caretaker, the father of the nation, given by the chance given to you by God. At the end of the day, not only you're going to give account to how you be able for you been taking care of God in picking them. So please ensure that you promote national cohesion, ensure that there's no such thing as witch hunt to anybody, ensure that there's no selective justice, ensure that when you speak on things, let it be connected to reality, ensure that when you have taken the opportunity or the opportunity and the encouragement from Sierra Leoneans for say the fight corruption, and you take that opportunity, they say you publicly shame people, bring them to you effort to bring them to zero, do exactly so again with this current situation, for make the doubt of Sierra Leonean come to pass. And many they say if you think or you believe that there's no such thing where go on, then of course you get for question Mr. Ba may in further be able to answer questions to him. And I thank you once again for those of you where they use your mouth for bring we together, and God bless you, and God make all we wish for now we stay united as a united body under the green, white, and blue. May God make we succeed over any evil. Anybody where they do otherwise, where they divide we, may God take care of them people that day. May God make the goodness and with good intention not ever fail over evil. God is love, God is truth, God is oneness, God is unity, God is national cohesion. So if you want to go against anything as that, then it's between you and God. Once again, and I thank you so much for being part of the United Salon for All family. And I thank you for in a time, and I thank you for in a continued support. And I please go and subscribe to a YouTube channel, please, yeah. I will try for make a priority for the share that. I know say some of you already don't do I know so we'll get at least, if not over thousands or more, we'll get more than thousands right now. So if you know the watch, please go and like we YouTube page Salon for All YouTube page. The link is on this. I don't pin it up, so please go like so that way going to get updates. And when we take that other platform I'm not going to lose some of the content them, yeah. And I thank you so much once again, and God bless we all. God bless the Republic of Sierra Leone. God bless the Republic of Sierra Leone. God bless the United States of America, United Kingdom, and everywhere Sierra Leonean find themselves. Anything where you take as an offense today, forgive me for the sake of Allah. That is not the intention. I come here, I speak truth to power. I call things by their name, and I stop for divide we as a nation. And I stop for tell people and say, oh yes, this and that. In a way they continue for going at a different platform in a do so, because now in a right, and then if they if they forward invitations for in and not say if not a place where I not feel safe or in a feel otherwise fine, but if in a no say that person they it true to himself based on it, they come openly, it is speak on both political party, it call them on their weakness, and I see how it conduct interview with all political party, then they in a take the chance for go on that platform. Until next time, once again, Salon for All and Voice for All Network Television. I am your host, Khadija Tijan Nabi. Until next time, bye.
This is a new direction, new generation, new government. Rather view they talk about delivery. So we got to make sure we start with this road here for 2 and 4. And we get for work with people that wouldn't get interest for transform Lagos. For the first time when we do road, please make sure if they give 100 million euros, if it's possible, use 99% of that for the road. Many people then say you don't do the road. That 1% you put on a pocket, not a bad thing.
Welcome to Salon for All and Voice for All Network Television.